Good afternoon everybody, welcome back to the channel. It's been 8 days since our last live stream, and today we're kind of pushing the boundaries into the correct side of grey. You join us here at the stands at 99 Squadron RAF Brize Norton, and we're off to Akrotiri. A little bit of what is the original plan actually, although the plans were going to change somewhat, with potentially a preview of the 777 freighter today, though I still haven't got those emails with the product. So we've gone back to the default plan again, on the right side of grey, on the VATSIM rules and regulations, and we're off to RAF Akrotiri in Cyprus, a flight time of about 5 hours, and throughout we're on Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024. We'll discuss the release, the stability issues, and if they've improved or not. I'll be curious to hear all of your thoughts throughout the journey today. This was created by Miltech Simulations that made the fantastic Chinook and MSFS 2020, which specifically actually is almost ready for the new simulator in an update that they'll be bringing to us at some point soon. I hope you're all doing really well anyway. I know we're still a little bit kind of limited on the amount of content we've been doing lately with the puppy still growing up, but I appreciate all of your patience. Badger, welcome. Rab, good to see you. Zato, MPS Gaming, hope you feel better soon, matey. Evening to you. Callum, welcome. Chris Packett, Grant, Carlito, good morning, and the commentator, good afternoon. It looks great, doesn't it, from an exterior point of view? We don't have any liveries yet, and unfortunately I did email Miltech and ask for the RAF ones, but we've gone for the House Miltech livery, which is as close as we can get. And even though I keep setting ZZ176 as the registration, it keeps defaulting to GTPLU for some reason in the sim, but it is what it is. Little things here and there with the new simulator that we need to get used to, eh? ZZ176 is the airframe that I've flown on in real life. Quite a few years back, it was their newest C-17, in fact, some time ago, out of the 99 Squadron building there, that brown thing on the left. And we were actually, where was it? Was it that one? I think it was that stand over there that's just empty. That's where we boarded the aircraft. We went and did some circuit bashing and running brakes and all that kind of stuff, and then we had bird strikes smash into the windscreen, bounce off and hit the engine, so that ended the day. But it was good fun, really good fun. Let's dive into the business end, shall we? Here she is, the mighty Globemaster. We've got the APU and things fired up. This is a Premium Deluxe Edition aircraft included in the simulator. And it looks really good, doesn't it? When we look at the A400M, which is a standard edition aircraft, it looks pretty rubbish in comparison to the level of detail that they've put in this. And actually, there's elements of McDonnell Douglas Mad Dog in it, which are pretty cool. We're in lifetime live weather, and we can head down the hatch. I sat on that jump seat there when I went flying out of 99 Squadron for the day. It was pretty cool. But we can head down. I've set up a load of custom views for today. Still getting used to my keybinds, and I've whacked a Chinook fuselage into the cargo area here as well, which is pretty cool. I mean, it looks great, doesn't it, from the inside as well. These are the custom views I've set up. Are you ready? Wrong keybind, Luke. That keeps turning itself back on again. Very annoying. If anyone knows how to turn that off, let me know. I'm very interested to hear. So we've got 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9 for the different views for today. Noah asks a really good question, and that's when we said at the start that we were using this aircraft on VATSIM, hopefully being on the correct side of grey, because for VATSIM, you have to be part, for a lot of military aviation, you've got to be part of a virtual specialist operations group, like the virtual RAF and all that kind of stuff. However, that limits you in some instances. If I could just dig it out while I have a little look at the hydraulic systems here and start to feed all of that. What have we got? Let's listen to this. This is the Mad Dog. Fire number 1 engine. Hopefully you can hear that, and the music's at a good volume. Fire number 3 engine. So there's some Mad Doggy-esque kind of stuff. We can pop APU bleed air on. Feed the left packs, right packs, compartment airflow, temperature. That's on arm for the smoke detection systems. Cabin environment looks good. Let's just start to align the 4 IRSs in this, and the hydraulic systems we'll put on an auto. We don't need the auxiliary ones on unless we start to get issues. And that's the air-to-air refuel panel, which we don't need for fill and transfer, depending on what we're doing. And we can pop those on. The center tanks can go on as well. What do we got? So we'll leave that like so. Where is it? I'm just trying to find the rules. It was subject to quite a bit of discussion, which is why it was a bit 50-50. Now this is, in real life, a scheduled service via the Royal Air Force, and they use the call sign that we're using today, ASCOT 2302, and there's another service they do, ASCOT 2300, which is this route, and it's just effectively a passenger service or a cargo shuttle, and that's it. The Virtual Special Operations Association's rules within VATSIM, which are the military flying, it says only Virtual Special Operations Associations and their active members are permitted to engage in the following activities on VATSIM: conducting joint training exercises with other VSOAs, which we're not doing, war games, air-to-air refueling, carrier operations, low-level flying, escort missions, air combat maneuvers, interception and scramble of other aircraft, having access to special use airspace. Again, we're not doing any of those today. Search and rescue, firefighting, launch and recovery of space vehicles, air displays, and flying UAVs. Now, again, we're not doing any of that today. So, with that in mind, we are within the rules from what we can gather. So, pop those on as well. So, that's all good. There's a nice, good, bright flow line. And with that, in services now, hydraulic pressure is insufficient to operate the ramp. That's because we need to actually, in fairness, pop the auxiliary systems on. We'll leave them on automatic. And then that feeds the hydraulic power, which will allow us to get rid of the slide. We can open the ramp. David, good afternoon. Oh, there's some mega stutters here. There we go. That's the ATC. Very strange. Yeah, I can't seem to get rid of that stupid ATC thing going on. If I go to settings, just to show you guys this, it's in assistances, AI radio communications, look. So they're off. I'll save it and go turn them on. And then I'll go back into it and I'll turn the ruddy things off again. There's nothing else that I can see that actually is relating to any air traffic control stuff. The only other thing actually is in settings, going into controls, because there's definitely a keybind that's triggering stuff, and it might be, no, so it's not that one. Toggle disengage autopilot. Oh, Schufferneck. We want to delete that one. See, delete assigned controls. That's a good spot. My goodness. Cool. So we're looking clear on that as well. Melon Lord, hello mate. Is it under accessibility? Visual chat boxes or whatever. Again, I've got most things turned off. Narration and audio, that's off. Subtitles are subtitles are on actually. Let's turn that off, we don't need them on. And then there's nothing else really in the settings here for anything that might relate to air traffic control. It's a bit bizarre, isn't it, that you can't sort of turn them off. But hey ho, it is what it is. Hopefully that might have got rid of it. But I'm mighty impressed with the modelling in this. I'd like to see a little bit more of a British-esque kind of setup, to be honest. We're inside the Chinook. And even these, the seatbelt signs and smoking signs and stuff, are somewhat animated, although they're on automatic. So if I just turn them off and go back to 6, and then turn around, the signs have, yeah, they've extinguished. And then there's little things like in here we can open the cupboard for the storage, and even the toilet. This is a Premium Deluxe aircraft included in the sim. Now they're low res textures here, but that's fine. Even the flusher works though. Which is amazing. Paratrooper doors, all that sort of stuff work. And then we've also got here the kind of Loadmaster station, for example. All of this as well sort of works as well. Red, white lights, aisle lighting, cargo compartment, all that stuff. Let's see actually, if we turn, what have we got? Power, auxiliary pumps, aerial deliver system. A lot of this isn't animated. We've got the remote buttons for closing the cargo doors and stuff as well there, which we can use. And that's not animated. Altitude worn on arm. Redistribution for fan for the environment is on now. So good. And then obviously we've got the options down here as well. So we can go to, well, let's see, look at that, there's our red lights, oh yes, and we can turn white lights on. There they are, white, so it depends how tactical we want to be. Forward aisle. To be honest, I like red, very tactical. Yeah, you've noticed the little. Oops, my goodness! I'm still getting used to the mic. This stuff in Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024. But yeah, you can see the the FSX thing right behind, can't you? Which is a nice little touch as well. Good spot there. Right, so we can close the crew door because we're on board now. We're going to get all the systems sorted out, so we can go crew door closed. There it goes, Bosch, and then we can also pop the ramp up. Whee. There it goes. And we can close that cargo door, and that folds down as well. With all the nice sounds and everything as well. It is so impressive. Right, into the flight deck then, the business end. This is where it's super important. Little tablet there on the left hand side. And you've got lots of different light systems and everything as well. So we've got normal oxygen. That's on normal, and this does have sim brief integration as well, so I'm going to go to POS in it, and I'm just going to set the position. So that's done. EGVN, I'm trying to remember if all of this works. That's not active. So we go index, we go down one, and we go into settings. You can put your sim brief flight plan in there. That's how you sort that out. And then the mission page is effectively your flight plan legs. So we can go to route menu, flight plan recall. Request pending. And now this should be loading in. Execute. Our route, so it's even got sim brief integration. Pretty good, right? We might have to tinker with some of our keybinds and stuff throughout the day as well, by the way, just as a little heads up. That's all good. Let's leave those on, the required settings. I'm going to hit B just to set the local QNH. What is the QNH actually? Meta EGVN. Yeah, me too, David. And it's interesting, I've noticed Inibuilds have been updated a lot of their stuff as well. QNH1011. Interesting, so my B key binder's not working either. Oh well, we shall set it manually like so. All the comm stack is here. I don't know if we need to speak to London Control here. 132605. One, 3, 2, 6, and then we press the transfer button. That doesn't support 132. So I'm going to go into VATSIM, COM1, 132605.
200 level Alva.
There we go. So that set that for me.
And to flight level 200 level by Alpha. 304.
1228 for you.
54 Romeo Hotel, nothing further, Monaco Unicom.
Oh yes, it was comma. Good shout, Sim Scott. Thank you very much.
Aeroflot 420, Monaco Unicom. Going to Unicom.
Right, so overview of departures then here at Brize. We're going to depart heading westbound and we're on the CONKO departure, so we need to kind of turn back left on ourselves, up to waypoint Naxat, and then again south down to waypoint CONKO like so. So there's the domain departure kind of showed on the charts itself in a more main format.
5 Romeo, contact Gatwick Tower 124.
Welcome. Peter, good afternoon, matey, as well. Good to see you, Ashley. Hello, thanks for planning the route for today.
Good afternoon. 097 Alpha, climb flight level 260. Climb down 260, 97.
So after departure at 2 DME from the Brize TACAN of 56 X-ray or a VOR 111.9er as a backup, weaving the NDB of 386, they're all pretty much in the same place. We're going to turn left at 2 DME BZN or at 800 feet, whichever is later, and then routing out 248 degrees to intercept the outbound radial at 280. Out to 10 DME before turning southbound towards waypoint CONKO. So with that, hopefully now we can do a little bit of split screen and show the the two kind of elements. Departures arrival, runway 25, CONKO, no transition, execute.
Surface wind 180 degrees, 12 knots. Romeo 123 clear for takeoff. Easy 9 full golf.
So that's there. Range indication.
Director 119.730.
It's on 80.
119.730, Negative 150. Thank you.
Golf Sierra Echo, climb flight level 280.
Definitely some weird kind of stutters in MSFS 2024, isn't there? Right, so that's looking pretty good.
Ryder 7 Alpha Papa, report your passing altitude. Reaching 4,000 feet, Ryder 7 Alpha Papa.
So there's the flight plan. That's got 2302, 25 to CONKO from there. Lima 28, Lima 18 UNZIB, Conan 30, SBI, set up India MATUG.
Lot 105 India, climb flight level 390.
And then ANANE, heading into Akrotiri. Runway 25.
Alpine 78 Tango uniform, when ready to turn flight level 200.
Good afternoon, Mats. How are you, mate? So that's the flight plan. Birth init page needs to be completed as well. Right, so we go into the index a second. I'm going to kind of reset and start again, I think. In here, where is it? Frequency fix, hold, progress.
Climb now, flight level 150.
A lot of this is not actually active, so it's kind of a matter of flicking through stuff until you find which ones are working. Like the performance key doesn't do anything, for example. Departures and arrivals, legs, and there's the progress page as well. That's pretty much it. They're going to do, and we'll talk about it in the climb and the cruise, so they're going to have lots of different elements to this. So actually after departure we shouldn't need to speak to him because we're going to route south, I think. Let's just have a quick look
London
further.
Patrol, good afternoon. Shamrock 2 Kilo Golf, A319, inbound ORTAC, climbing flight level 370.
Okay, so initially we're going to probably use Unicom from there, routing KONKO, UNZIB, Nuchu, Elsof, and then Alhad. At Nuchu, that's probably where we're going to start speaking to London Control, to be fair. So initial climb is going to be with us. I'm going to pin a KONKO departure. Special procedures after KONKO, non-Brize based aircraft pass the clearance to join airways once airborne. With Brize approach, expected to join 4 nautical miles north of KONKO, climbing flight level 100. So we'll use that as a bit of an instrument as well. So flight level 100. And with that we can go into our altitude. 100. And we don't have any performance data in this, so we are using a little bit of guesswork from SimBrief's performance calculations. Having a little look at all of that, and it's basically telling us that with our current weight and load, it's expecting, where's the flap setting, 50%, drop the neck. V1 at 142, rotate 146 using about 2/3 of the runway, so I'm going to go for 146 V2 154. I'm going to set V2 plus 10 in this, just in case it doesn't
London, hello, Speed 7 November Yankee.
Have a happy moment with us. We can pop flight directors on. We don't need any of those. The approach movement phase is not needed at the moment. IFF has our score code, so we can go to 2000.
Climb flight level 370, route direct Umbag.
Direct Umbag and climb flight level 370, 2 Kilo Golf.
You can transfer that to the active.
5 Bravo Romeo, climb flight level 350.
Come on, nav. And we wanted that VOR as well. So we've got the Brize, TACAN. But we have to use a VOR in MSFS, so it's going to be 111.9.
Roger, Alpha 1 enter backtrack runway 25.
There we go. Transfer to the active.
97 Alpha, turn right heading 360.
That's starting to go wiggle wiggle.
Landing 360 degrees. Golf Sierra Echo, climb flight level 400.
TWS off, TCAS is on standby.
Super 121 passing 220.
Down here we've got various other lights and things.
Hotel arrival,
That's on TAC.
140.
Blood, rudder trim.
Conan Hotel down to 140, Speedbird 121. Swiss 12 Charlie, descent flight level 130. Descent flight level 130.
We'll put that onto automatic.
Easy 94 Golf Yankee, climb flight level 210. Flight level 210, Easy 94 Golf Yankee.
That's on auto. Pressurization system is set.
Mike Quebec with a Boeing 737-800 gate 40, requesting push and start.
That's looking good. First officer side's good, that side's good. HUD's set. Let's go up here, make sure we've got the APU now in use. Turn external power off. Generators are off. We don't need the cross tie. That's all looking good. Looking for any other white lights. We'll put the trim air on. APU air is online as well.
Romeo, stand number 3, push and start is approved. Camera 1, Charlie Mike,
down the middle.
Level 80.
Pumps. Windshield defog. Probe heat on. And windshield onto norm for windshield heat.
North Scan 7430, climb flight level 350.
Make sure the seatbelt signs are set as required. And then we need the beacon lights, so we're going to go to anti-collision lights, fuselage, instead of fuselage wing, which should now give us, where is it? On the tail. It's very faint, you can't really see it actually, so again there's a bit of a model improvement needed there. There's one underneath as well. Let's see if that does. Just flick around with some of these settings, see what it gives us. Oh well. Fuselage wing. We can actually turn some of the refueling stuff on as well.
Swiss 12 Charlie, descend flight level 80.
Descend flight level 80, Swiss 12 Charlie.
Make sure the engine mode, fuel selectors are all on the on position.
WestJet 18 London Control, hello, descend now, flight level 150.
And we're going to switch
Sorry,
this
this is level
onto
150,
COM,
IRGAK.
1228, transfer. Brize traffic, Ascot 2302's on the stand at 99 Squadron, engine start. Ooh, something is absolutely tanking my performance. It might well even be this. I don't know. Have we all found MSFS 2024 so far? Right, so we're going to go, let's pause the music, because I like the sound. APU in use, park brake set, anti-ice, IFF mode, all of that's good. Left avionic bus is off. That's fine. Engine oil pressure 1 and 2, and then the right side, there's similar issues there as well. Right. Ignition mode A. Engine 1 and 4. Watching the displays. Ashley says, I don't know why, but that imported route is a bit different to what was filed. It's interesting.
Traffic Osprey 2172, push it back and start from stand 70 and we'll be
Let's just have a quick run through here, because I've got to find that routing again. I'm trying to actually have a look, see what my Simbury flight plan says.
Traffic RAF 3, starting on gain.
Oh, this is where we end up breaking it, isn't it? What it's done is it's changed where I've cancelled the routing. Analyse route. I'm going to have to re-pull this flight plan, I think, then. Cargo 44076. Auto. Extra 60 minutes for safety. Generate. Engine 1 and 4 look good. You watch this absolutely break the thingy now. So flight plan recall, that's what we're going to have to press. See if it allows us to do it again and fix it. Mission. Coxie, MATUG. Okay, there we go.
RAF Brize traffic, X-ray Hotel 558 at stand 53.
Departures arrivals 25. CONKO. Execute. And then the mission page again for the legs. Right, so that's good. They're sets. Engine 2 and 3. Watching the N2 and the EPA rise. Hopefully, actually, I've just solved it. If not, we're going to have issues when we get airborne. We're about to find out. Quite a lot of the features in this are in op, but the things that are available in this are suitable for VATSIM if you've learned how to operate elements of it well enough. But again, like we said at the start, you've got to make sure that you don't fall foul of the special operations rules and things as well. It's very quiet in the flight deck as well, isn't it? So we're ignoring the time, but we're 1.1 DME. That looks good. Heading, we're going to set to runway heading, which is 253. What are we doing? Yeah, I've just briefed for 07 earlier, didn't I? So we're actually taking off that way, and then at 2.5 DME or at 800 feet, whichever is later, then 310 degrees to intercept the radial to 10 DME, and then down to CONKO. That's where we're going. So hopefully that makes a little bit more sense. 253. You can tell my capacity bucket, my brain is a bit full today, and B, quite tired. Just setting this up. 253. Uh, 164, 10,000. Nav's on mission. Flight directors, I'm just going to recycle that one because we fiddle around a few times. Part ID set. We'll leave those off for now. Roll rate on normal, even though it's in op technically, and heading on to norm as well. Some of this is in op, effectively. That's all good. That's all down. Flaps are set to half. It's basically flap 18, from what we can tell. And you'll notice there's no auto brake button from what I can see. There's the chaff, although that doesn't work. Mode 4. We're not squawking mode Charlie, so we might have to actually manually do that. Oh, that's the RWR. That's good, that's good, that's good, that's set. That's set. IFF. Just going to click a few things just to see if we can get it active. TA. Yes, mode Charlie. Ground. Okay, lovely. That's working. Let's get the charts off because I'm in the middle of showing you guys that. It's got TCAS shown currently standby. That's going to stay there. At the minute we've got engine 1 and 2 looking good. Engine 3 and 4 looking a bit naff. So we'll just flick the ignition onto Bravo. And we're going to have to make sure up here we've got all of the engine packs online. That's all good. We've got no other lights. We're just starting engines 3 and 4 properly now as well, because there's a bit of a thing between the igniters. When we do get airborne, I'll show you guys some of the bits from Miltech simulations. They're going to release a load of livery packs, and there are going to be some quite a few updates actually, to be fair, by the looks of it, by the looks of the manuals, which are going to allow us to increase the functionality of this aircraft somewhat. We're going to pop those onto taxi. They're off for now. Good, they're extended. That's set, that's set, that's set. We don't need any of the refueling stuff on. Engines 1, 2, 3, 4, all stable. What was that little change of figures there? No, that's all good, lovely. And ignition off. We'll leave those on and pulled, because otherwise we end up shutting off the engines. Flap set to half. Part brakes on. Wesley, welcome mate. Approach path we're leaving off at the moment. That's on H. Flight controls. Okay, what we'll do is from this view, have a little look. That's an incredibly sensitive rudder. So full left on the aileron. And right. Fully back. All the way forwards. Fully left. Back to neutral. Fully right. Back to neutral. That's a bit better. Very quick animations, eh? Right.
RAF Brize Norton.
Part brake off. Ramps up, doors shut, other bits are closed. We can press that to turn that off. Brize traffic, Ascot 2302's taxiing out of Echo to 25. Okay, so I've got engines 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 bound together. 43 months. Crikey. Damn the old breakaroonies. Let's go to Akrotiri, folks. Do you notice it seems very quiet on board, doesn't it? At the moment. I'm going to arm LNAV. And we're going to leave the rest as it is for now until we get a bit more airborne. And we can then bring that off like so. Can the hood be removed, Rab asks. Yes, that button there allows it to be folded in. So depending on your personal preference, you can fold it up if you want to. If you put it onto day, actually, it's a lot brighter, as you can see. So that's day, that's auto, and it'll flick between the two. That's night. I prefer night mode, personally, just because it's a little bit less bright, it's less in your face. Right, what have we got here warnings wise? APU in use, let's get that off. APU doesn't turn off, by the way, either, interestingly enough. But it is what it is. Anti-ice, left bus is off again. Just give that a little reset. And a little reset. And then we've got anti-ice system annunciations at the moment. That's up here. Don't need to worry about much else. So we don't need anything else on at the moment. We'll do SCS resets. We'll leave anti-ice on for a little while. Look at that. Absolute beast. So this is an FS 2020 scenery, by the way. Which I've then dragged and put into MSFS 2024. So some things do work, some things don't. Yeah, there's Bojo 1. Oh, you guys are holding for me, very kind. There's those animations again. Be good to get some proper model matching in here once and for all. And we go back into the silence of the flight deck.
Nice traffic off X-ray Hotel 558 following the C-17 to Echo holding point 25.
So we'll keep her rolling. We've got slats extended, flaps half.
Well, therefore, flight 3 following the E119 C-17 to holding point Echo for the night 25.
Yes, we can't shut down the APU. So that means that we're going to be burning a bit more fuel than usual, which is why I put in an extra 60 minutes of fuel for today's journey. And you see these little stutters. Now I found things like flight control replay really quite messy in this. I'm just going to kill QATL. Little A400Ms there. Going to do a normal takeoff. Lots of stutters today. Hey, I can see an Osprey over there. I have actually pulled in FSLTL today into the sim as well. Just thought I'd try that to see how it works with MSFS 2024. Actually, the LNAV path looks pretty good as well, actually, for this. So hopefully, touch wood, that's going to look pretty good as well. We'll flick that to Cat 2 for now. Oh, no, we'll leave it on Cat 1 for later. Fuel system, hydraulics, flight controls, automatic flight system, lighting systems, cockpit displays, EFB, cargo loadmaster, propulsion system. Bus ratings, which is on max. This aircraft as well, it's worth saying, has a really unique function on it, where in flights you can open up the, what have we got here? We've got anti-collision lights, fuselage wing, that should technically be strobes as well, but I'll put a little bit of this stuff on as well, just to make it snazzy. Land mode, all the lights on. And Brize traffic has got 2302s lining up with a backtrack 25. There's the windsock. Fuel use reset. QNH set, departures briefed. We're going for takeoff with max power. Mode max. It said MCT on there for some reason. It's a good spot. Just double check that. And we'll fiddle around with the settings in flight, I think, as well, just to kind of maybe change some of this power, the noise and things. Let's go for full length.
Alright, Brize Norton traffic, Osprey 2470, hold short of Foxtrot. Brize Norton traffic.
Okay, so nose wheels neutral. That's good, everything's set. Config, where's me trim, where's me trim? That's looking good, that's set. Legs are done. Right, oops, hello. Turn test mode off for the nav display. The hood. Brize traffic, I've got 2302s taking off from runway 25 CONKO departure to 10,000. So I'll hold on the brakes.
Brize traffic up 30 departing C-17. We will be landing up runway 25, X-ray Hotel 558.
Brakes off. Just whack those up because of the auto throttle system there.
Stabilizer. Stabilizer. Stabilizer.
Again, we've got a slight thing with some of the config. We can't quite solve it, so we're going to get stabilizer warnings. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But there's no performance calculations for it, so we just have to do our best. 120, 130, V1, rotate. Positive rate, give up. And we'll set for 180. Speed hold.
Too low gear. Too low gear.
And we'll head on up.
Too low gear. Too.
Autopilot on. So you can see it's a little bit wibbly wobbly. Just need it to react a little bit here for the turn, so I'm keeping an eye on the flight director a little bit. And you can see there pitch mode's a little bit funky, doesn't quite like that. Vertical speed mode's a bit funky as well. So we'll hand fly this first bit while it's faffing about. Into IFR conditions. Winder up to 240. Brize traffic Ascot 2302 is airborne.
And X-ray Hotel 558 departing runway 25.
So it's going to be one of these days today where it's very full on and it's a bit cranky and a bit weird, as you can see. So let's get the autopilot off.
Yeah, Brize Norton traffic Osprey 2472, lining up behind the departing C-17, runway 25. Brize Norton traffic.
And we'll keep the turn. And there's another fault, look, as you can see. A lot of stuff is a little bit messy with this, unfortunately. But as long as we focus on just flying the jet and managing stuff until it sorts itself out. Keep it coming round 228. Just going to switch across here. I'm going to put this back on, just see how it handles. Because while we're on Unicom, we've got a bit of time to faff. So pitch mode is all it wants.
Autopilot, 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 autopilot.
It says with regards to autopilot, nothing works. You turn heading mode, the aeroplane starts to fly in circles. Well, that's interesting. Right, let's close the slats. Good morning, Night Shadow, welcome. Let's try a direct 2. CONKO. Execute. LNAV is supposedly fully functional. Let's see what it does here. Oh, 8,000.
Overspeed.
So we've captured an altitude mode now, look.
Overspeed.
That's stuck. Right, we'll go to heading mode. Let's see if we can solve this. Yeah, look at that, heading mode doesn't work either.
Autopilot. Autopilot.
Crikey, maybe we're not going to get to Akrotiri after all. Or the throttle is bogus.
Auto throttle. Auto throttle. Auto throttle. Auto throttle.
Okay, now we're getting up. We're in vertical velocity mode. It's very messy, isn't it? But let's just give it a bit. We've got a bit of time. We're on VATSIM, we're on Unicom. We can kind of just get through a little bit of troubleshooting just to see what it's like, how it performs. All the rest of it, the clouds look stunning in the sim. And this is designed to be a big old test, really. We'll set that. Set. So we'll try now a direct to UNZIB. Execute. I'll whack on LNAV. And is it doing it? Let's keep it going. It's gone into alt hold mode. Speed's looking alright. 250 is nonsense, yeah, as somebody mentioned. Vertical velocity up 50. Okay, it seems to now be sorting itself out. We're stuck on 50 modes though. Let's get the landing lights off. And retracted. As well. Speed hold set to 250. Let's just command it to 280. Let's see how it handles this. Nothing. Okay, we've got LNAV. Auto throttle is killing us. Come on, girl, you can sort this out. $210. Okay. Manual throttle for the flight.
Auto throttle. Auto throttle.
Disregard. New choose next. So we're now backing into a bit of an auto sequence. So this shows you that there are bugs, there are issues with this aeroplane, as you can very well see today. They're all on. don't need that. That's all set. That's good. Mode's automatic. That's all good. (2992) for standard pressure. NUTU with a slight offset for the departure there. We can go nav, probably turn that off now. We'll just let it go out of range. Oh, I forgot about that. Somebody's just won my EFIS right. Let's have a little look. I forgot about that raffle entirely. Whoops. Let's have a little log in and see. I should have done like a whole 3 or 4 days of final promo. Who have we got for the winner? Waiting for one winner to accept. That literally closed an hour ago. Scroll down to see the winners. Joseph Spencer won. So congratulations to Joseph. For £2 he's just won a Win-Wing EFIS R. Pretty snazzy, right? Let's try and get this speed back up. The problem is it doesn't have a VNAV, so it's a little bit wacky with a lot of this. And you can see I'm working ruddy hard as well with it today. So what we'll do is we'll set a thrust rating. That will hopefully stabilise around 280. He says. And then we'll go from there. The idea for this is we fly all the way to Akrotiri on VATSIM with whatever modes we have working for today. It's hot and cold, depending on each flight. You don't really know how many of these systems are going to be active, and it does prove the point that a lot of default aircraft in Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020 and now in 2024 are very subpar with some system functionality for networks like VATSIM, for example. So hopefully this is probably proving that it can't really be flown particularly well on the network. Ian says, bloody hell, his sim just froze. Oh, Night Shadow, 100% the RJ Professional. I would purchase that one, mate. Yeah, the inverted speed tape is very, very odd, isn't it? New Sky is compatible already with Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024, Kev. One thing you would need to do, though, of course, is use the beta for New Sky. So go to the website beta.newsky.app, and what that will do is it'll allow you to then get onto the beta version. Just going to go to 1350 foot per minute, and then go outside. Look at the beast. Clouds are a lot softer in this, aren't they? Taking a photo for Atlanta, and then boom, it froze. My goodness. Hopefully it will unfreeze. And I'm hoping they start to pump out a lot of updates to kind of improve functionality with aircraft like this. Because it looks pretty good. There's the turn. So it looks like we've got LNAV back online finally. Look at the size of that thing. But yeah, some stutters on the sim, as you can see. it's not 100% happy. If at any point, by the way, it will, if anything goes really kind of balked and messy, then what we will do is revert to a kind of a bit of a backup plan. Am I running DLSS? Ian says no. I've just got, I think, TAA. I think I can't remember. I daren't check, to be honest, at the minute. So basically we need that Joseph chap to accept their prize, and if not, it will then run again and someone else will be picked. Yeah, looking at it, no 777 freighter today, hence why we're in this. Bit of a shame really, actually, because I had a wonderful route picked out for today as well for it, but hey ho. Let's have a look at Volanta. We'll see how we're getting on here. It may well be this actually, hold on. Well, yeah, auto flight, yeah, that's not enabled, good. So ZZ176 is one operated in real life by the RAF, and I've already got 2 screenshots from today, there they go. And you can see our routing. So there's the wiggliness as LNAV kind of bugged out on the departure. Again, default autopilot logic is that. So just something to bear in mind if you are taking the bird out on the system, on the sim for whatever reason. Just bear that in mind. What waypoint have we got next? Al-Had. Biggin Hill next. Jolly good. Where's the flight plan, PPI plan, secondary plan, nav aids, airports, data course? Let's give it a little squirt of juice. So we're on max climb at the moment, so what we will need to do is just bring our vertical speed down a tad to 1,000 foot per minute. That should allow us to solve our climb performance a little bit as well. Badger's asking when will the A330, 200, 300 and Beluga be added to New Sky. I'm not sure. Is it something that's added already or not? That's one of the cool things in the C-17 as well, a little foot window, so you can kind of look out and have a little look down below, next to your Tootsies. There's the wing view. So there's Miltech have basically put this into the sim as a included Premium Deluxe aircraft. Tactical in-flight reversers are not supported on the initial release because of apparent limitations with MSFS 2024. They are working at like an alternative cheat, if you want, a way to bypass that problem and come up with a solution of some sort so that this works in the future. And because a lot of the systems on this aircraft in real life are classified, they've had to sort of take a few elements of it into creative license, I suppose, so to speak. So they've had to create what they think would be the performance of the real aircraft, being as though a lot of it is classified. It's a supercritical sort of wing structure as well, so like the CRJ, if you lose the energy over the wing, then that's it, you've had your luck. And you're not going to climb anymore, for example. There's something there to bear in mind. They have tried to simulate the hydraulics, the pneumatics, the electrical systems, the fuel systems, and again, a lot of stuff will be tweaked over the next few years, I guess. Shortly after the initial release, they're going to have EFB to mission FMS synchronization included, and that's going to be an ongoing implementation, along with some of the bits about walk-around. So some of you like to start your sim outside the flight deck, pulling pitot tubes off. I don't understand why they've done that in the new sim, to be honest. It's a pointless feature, unless you're doing general aviation flying. And then in the second update, further down the line, they're going to add in a system bypass to allow reversers to be used in flight for those assault approaches and that sort of tactical descents. They've got, apparently, accurately simulated and functional MFD and primary flight display and nav display. Mission is our flight plan. VOR 1 and VOR 2 navigation is supported. TAWS and weather is supported as well, although we've got that off at the moment. I can't seem to work out how to get it on. Radar, auto, weather. Got to monitor all these turns in case it decides to bug out for whatever reason. That radar range ring. Yeah, the RWR is there. TAWS I can't find. We'll spend a bit of time during the flight today just having a little look at the manual, comparing it against some of the buttons and the functionality in the aircraft. Hopefully we can try and do some sort of ruddy auto throttle system. Get that working in some way or another. TAWS apparently does work with MFD and audio calls, so it's obviously a button I've missed somewhere. Let's have a little look right back here. That's all off, that's all looking pretty good actually as well. Good old APU stuck. Can't even turn it off, look, so. Chopping neck. If I put that on like that, even the override doesn't work. But hey ho. LT's norm, FCS, that's all good, that's all set. Anti-ice is going to stay as a fault the entire time, I think. Oxygen. Where is TAWS? I feel like it's going to be one of those buttons that is going to stare at me the entire time. Not any of that. That's the one, J-foot. That sort of call out that you expect. 35. Max 70, chopping neck. It seems to be flying a lot slower than you would expect as well. The simulator looks stunning though, doesn't it? Look how high. This is the highest I've been actually in the sim since its release, and it looks phenomenal. Just having a little deep look through the manual at the moment. So they've adapted and simplified the automatic flight control system on the real C-17, but they've maintained the most important modes in regular operations. So it says available on nav display for VOR ILS 1 and 2, but currently unavailable for LNAV, it says. Mission flight plan as the active on FMC, that is available for LNAV. Station keeping and ETAC is INOP, and TACANs are unavailable for nav display and LNAV, but functional on the BDHI. Cage is INOP. Flight director and approach modes work. RABA allows you to switch reference source from barometric altitude to rad out. That's operational. Declutter is operational as well. That's going to declutter the hood. We'll fiddle around with that later. Cat 2, Cat 1 selector is in op. Airdrop is unavailable. EPA speed mode is in op. Speed hold mode manages and holds selected MAC and IAS speed as displayed on number 20. Auto throttle must be engaged for this to function, it says. Speed nav mode is unavailable. Heading hold is available, and that will disengage LNAV, apparently, although that's been very buggy on the departure as you've seen. And the LNAV follows the nav source selected in mission only. Support for VOR and TACAN LNAV is not currently supported. Ground spoiler arm selector switch, 3-way arm ground spoilers and off, disarm ground spoilers and lapes for disarm spoilers. What else have we got here? So we should have switched to MAC hold mode now. Switches between thrust and pitch mode. What have we got here? Let's have a little look. Where's that button? Thrust pitch. Right, hold on. Let's have a little flick around. What are we now? 6, 7. We have a 7-0 Mac. Mac 7.4, 7.5. Put that to 800. Oh no, we're level at 35 now. So let's see where we get before we start to get the ticker. Give us the audible alarms. I think a lot of the issues we had on display is all going to be based upon issues around departure and the default autopilot. Might it up to Mach 8 or 7.8 actually might be going into the ticker. Crikey, we're over Belgian airspace already. So what's that? Mach 7.4. We'll leave that on intermediate for the rating. That's going to change our thrust power output. Max 80 was an option in the flight plan. This doesn't have like a functionary VNAV, so again, like performance button doesn't do anything. Most of this doesn't do anything, to be fair. All we've got here is progress page and a few other little bits. And then the mission giving us the legs. But it appears as though this aircraft can't fly at Mach 80 yet, which is interesting. It doesn't even give us the ticker over there to indicate where that would be. You know, we're selecting that as a speed bug, and it doesn't appear to actually be something that we can monitor and spot, which is a bit odd. And also, I've just noticed this, right? QNH1013, 35,000. That's got 350. But look at the heads-up display, 34,500. Very strange. So there's a little bug as well. But yeah, these things are bound to happen. Frustrating we can't turn the APU off. Secondary auxiliary, that's all on automatics, that's fine. We're just going to have to ignore that. Let's press declutter. Oh, that's very much a declutter, isn't it? It pretty much gets rid of everything. Wow. Pretty cool. Exactly, Ian. So my theory with beta testers in things like Microsoft Flight Simulator and all that sort of thing, I'm not convinced, like you say, that they do very much. I think there's a lot of people that might look at the sim and go, you know what, I want to be a beta tester because that's going to allow me access to this new product. But actually, I'm just going to reset the roll rate of the drone. But actually, in reality, what we get are people that are just kind of diving into the simulator and mucking about because they get early access, but they don't really properly test anything beyond maybe one or two serious beta testers. Are they contrails that I see? We have one contrail out of the APU. Well, that's a little bit messy, isn't it? Oh well. Again, it's a default aircraft. As someone else said in the chat a minute ago, we shouldn't necessarily expect anything better than this. But it is nice that we can enjoy something like this nevertheless. We're getting contrails out of the belly of the aeroplane, in fact. How strange. The APU is underneath the belly in the wheel cavity, effectively, so there would be vents and stuff, but yeah, odd. Beautiful aeroplane, though. Almighty powerful. Oh, here we go. I've managed to fire up the auto throttle. So Mach 7.7 is as high as we can get. That little blue arrow is right at the edge of that line. See it? That's what we're now targeting. Let's wind it up to 7.8. 80's just in this side, that yellow line. So let's see if we get the audible alerts. We'll keep an ear out. So we get a little bit of flashing. Let's go to Mach 7.9. Right on the edge of the pole. See how it captures it. We've got a lot of work to do on the performance of this aircraft then, effectively. It's all not quite right. Okay, so Mach 7.9 is just about happy with. So that is what we will stick with. I'm determined to find TAWS. It's got to be down here somewhere. Trim, alt nose, emergency, that's IFF. What have we got here? ADS, still the jump stuff. That's on automatic. They're on, that's on automatic. That's on auto. Cabin pressure looks like it's simulated, which is nice. And now it's gone back into the red there. So max 7.8 is probably going to be where we're at for the day. They're all on. I'm literally looking at every button for TAWS at the moment. I mean, can he see it? By the way, we can... Oh, hello. That, it didn't like that. We can turn all this stuff on. And you guys can see in a minute the different bits we've got on there as well. Emergency lights are armed, so I don't know where TAWS is in the jet. TAWS system service, okay. Or 2X. Maybe we could have actually tracked that. We'll try Akrotiri's TACAN when we get closer. Be interested to see if that does anything. Inop, com. Right, so I can't seem to see a TAWS mode selector of any sort anywhere. God, MSFS 2020 is a bit clunky, isn't it? Alright, Vision Storm. No idea. It might be downstairs in the maintenance panel, to be fair, but it makes no sense for it to be there. Yeah, it was a bit of a shame when they kind of dropped the ball with that, wasn't it? It would have been really quite nice to be able to transfer a lot of those keybinds across, ultimately, but I suppose it is what it is, isn't it? It's going to be quite difficult for them to actually work that out with a lot of new system functionality in the simulator. Oh look, we've got Chinook contrails. There's an immersion killer for you. That massive sun as well. The sim itself does look a lot better. The brightness up high from here is pretty cool. Right, MCP RDR. Thanks, Ashley. I mean, I thought it would have been here. On the radar selector here. We are going to find it eventually. It's probably a button up here that's not simulated yet. Split axis, turbulence, VNAV, alt hold, LNAV, heading speed, speed hold, EPA. Because there's no RDR button. FCF runs up there. I'm going to sink into this, I think. Let's have a little look. Split axis overrides, altitude holder manages vertical speed independently as selected on 32. Requires autopilot master to be engaged. Ah! That's where I was missing. So when we were climbing out, having issues with the altitude in the climb out, if I had to click split axis, that should have actually have done stuff. But alt hold says upon selecting, aircraft will climb to or descend to hold selected altitude as selected on 33, which is the altitude selector and display. That doesn't work properly. As we saw earlier, it got quite messy, didn't it? Nav source selector, first officer selects nav source and nav data for the first officer's MFDs nav display. Convert to 1 for all of the modes supported. So we're in mission mode. ILS landings are fully supported on the aircraft, however they require systems to be correctly set up for the aircraft to follow the automated landing procedure. We need to program the approach on the FMS and mission systems, including selecting the active runway, type of approach and standard arrival must be inputted and activated on the mission system. There should be no flight plan discontinuities from the current position of the aircraft to the destination airport. I suppose that's the default autopilot that will cause issues otherwise. Tune the ILS frequency on the nav1 radio, making sure the frequency is correctly selected on nav1. When the aircraft has entered the localizer range, distance and bearing to localizer will display on the BDHI indications. Then we intercept the approach. So most airports have ILS intercepts of 30 degrees or less. We can either follow the LNAV through the intercept or engage approach mode shortly before the aircraft intercepts the localizer. It sounds there like they don't want you to use heading mode. Engage approach mode and verify the lateral mode automatically switches from LNAV to approach. Verify on the PFD bottom left corner. You'll see a deviation diamond on both horizontal and glide slope bars. And then fly the glide slope automatically. The alt mode will display the alt mode upper right corner will display glide slope once intercepted. Monitor the instruments throughout the approach. Bear in mind the aircraft will be unable to fly the ILS if the approach and runway selection is not performed on the mission system. Ashley, you're a genius, mate. I think we've solved it. I clicked RDR earlier actually, didn't we? But
D-line 8 Hotel Quebec, lining up runway 25 right, perfect.
I've clicked it, but it doesn't seem to do much. Okay, but that's turned one on. So, oh, there you go. TAWS weather. So basically, you click the modes. Oops. So you click there, like radar, for example, and then what I've done is I've clicked that button again, and it goes through different modes effectively. TCAS standby apparently, even though it's not. We click that one. TAWS weather. TCAS still shows a standby, but we know we're on TA mode there, look, so the transponder's on, TCAS however not so much. TAWS off. TAWS terrain. TAWS weather. I'm going to click around with a few things. RZ TAC. It does look like we've sort of solved that then. Half and half. Right, let's get my head out of the manual so I can check. We clicked that at the start of the journey today, didn't we? On the ground, it obviously did do it. Always a bit sticky, I'm not sure which. Might be the amateur pilot behind the controls as well, actually, if I'm honest. Yeah, the key binding thing is a bit frustrating, as we've all mentioned. I would have liked to have seen them maybe add a bit more support for, I don't know, moving some of the key binds out of MSFS 2024 a little bit smoother. It's just a bit of a faff, isn't it? They have changed some of the different modes and some of the keybinds, so I found myself ending up with duplicate keybinds, or a keybind that I would set for a certain reason that would then do crazy things that I didn't want it to do. But again, it's one of those things that we just need to get used to in the simulator that we may not have otherwise have actually appreciated up to now. Andrea says, would I recommend Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024 in its current state? It's a really hard... It's a hard one to kind of describe, mate, if I'm really honest. The visuals and everything look a lot nicer, but the aircraft options that we have at the moment are quite rubbish. I flew the A380 in it the other day, didn't we? Was it Heathrow to Manchester, I think, off the top of my head, and that was the first proper test flight with MSFS 2024, and I just dragged the A380 into it effectively, and that worked quite well. So aircraft like that would be really good in the sim, but we're obviously now only just getting a lot of new scenery put into this and updated to work with the new sim. I think give it a couple of months, it'll be a lot better. PMDG, for example, have said that they don't have any debugging tools that work or connect to the new simulator, so they can't yet get some of their aircraft updated to work with this new sim yet, which is why the 777 Freighter is being released on the 6th of December, so in a couple of days from now, the end of next week. However, that will be on Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020, not 2024. Well, I was hoping to preview that today. We are going to be supported with Osprey Airways, being one of the launch VAs for 777, which is quite cool. And with it, a really nice special livery from PMDG, with a lot of VAs that are taking part in launch events for the Freighter version when it does come next week. There's no massive rush though to change from MSF 2024. They were effectively, like somebody said earlier, it just seems like they've massively rushed it through, possibly for Thanksgiving, but I don't really know what the real reason would be. I don't think we'll ever know what the real reason would be. Maybe the accountants just told them to press the big green button and send it. And I suppose in a way, like somebody else said, it'd be a bit weird bringing out MSFS 2024 in 2025. So it's a bit of a hard one to work out. I don't understand why they released it in the state it was in. Certainly for me, it took a week to actually start working for me, being able to get in to do a flight. So it's become a bit more stable, but as you can see throughout even the flight today, there are little jutters, little jitters, little stutters as we're flying along, and this is a default aircraft, so I don't know what more complex jets would be like. What are we running at the moment from here? I'm getting 91 frames per second, which is interesting because I supposedly have it capped at 60. So I don't know how am I getting 91 frames per second? I'm supposed to have this capped. Where's my NVIDIA control panel? Let's have a little look here. Oh, I know why. It's because I have it capped for Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020, but 2024 will be a separate program, won't it? He says. I've got to try and find it now. No, I've got MSFS. Hey, I don't know. Unless I need to add a program. Right. While I fiddle, let's turn this into a little bit of a live tutorial. So I've gone into the NVIDIA control panel, manage 3D settings, add, and now I'm looking for Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024. Add selected program, max frame rate, on, 60, OK, apply. Done. So now, if I go to this view, hopefully you can see, it will probably need a sim restart in order to take effect. But in any case, we're just kind of chasing frames. We might have to actually edit it in the settings of the sim, if that's the case. Oh, we've got VATSIM ATC, I think. Who's the ping? Yes, 124.730. There. Even that's buggy as heck. So it doesn't even support 730. So I'll have to go to .com1 in vpilot 124.730, and then I'll select that, and it'll automatically change it for me. Langen radar.
Qatari Nanastin Romeo identified.
Langen radar, good afternoon. Ascot 2302's overhead, MATUG, flight level 350.
Ascot 2302 identified for 2063.
Squawk 2063, Ascot 2302. 230.
We're level 3 with you at flight level 4, sir.
Partner 3 identified.
2063. Done. Now I'm on ATC, I'm nervous. Information Alpha, no, you're reading it wrong. Yes, the speed tape is upside down in this, so it's the other way. That's the VNE pole which we're riding, because we should be able to fly at Mach 80, yet it doesn't allow us to for some weird old reason. .730. So we should be squawking. Am I going to FS weekends next year? I don't know. I said I was a little while ago, but it's going to be down to money, unfortunately. I'm saving up for various things and paying off elements of it, but today went through a puddle and it ripped the felt cover underneath the car that protects some of the chassis. Ripped a bolt and stuff off, and it's that's hanging down. So now, yet again, I've got to go and pay for something else. So one thing after another, really. I'm hoping this is going to be all right. The risk, though, is whoever's using the Royal Air Force call sign, saying instead of Ascot, that there's potential there that there might be Doc Wallops coming. I don't know. But we'll find out.
Following 20 November, descent to flight level 250.
50, 20 November.
It's odd, I was just looking at my comm stuff in VPilot thinking, have I changed frequency? Because Langen radar doesn't sound very busy, but actually maybe he's not that busy at all. That's mega strange. The way that the hood is actually running the altitude there. Where am I on the map actually? My active flight statistics, altitude 35. I'm not 100% convinced. I'm not sure which is the accurate one. 3.3 or 3.5. Should be that one, 1013-2992, so it should be okay. He says.
Languda, Ocean 50, passing level 7441.
It does, doesn't it?
Ocean 50,
Which is why it's kind of jittery.
level 200.
Ocean 50, capture level 200.
Oh, there we go, RABA.
Level 38, connect Langen, 125, decimal 2. 125, decimal 2, LCRA, thank you. Sana 3, stroke 1000.
Uh-oh. God, this is messy as heck. It doesn't tell you which mode you're in. It says BA, barometric altitude 34990. Height 0. So altitude 35, so that's got to be altitude, barometric altitude. 34999 at 8. And that's going to be height. But if we change that, it changes that, and then we get BA. Right, that's messy as anything. There doesn't seem to be a way to change the hood, unless it's in here. Attack course, flight plan, PPI, data, navigate, route attack, declutter. That changes that.
Radar, good afternoon. Contact 3 Golf, Tango, climbing to level 370.
Well, either way,
Identified,
we know that we're okay with. We're at flight level 350. We're not flying height, otherwise we'd be all over the place.
Radar, good afternoon.
But that's a bit confusing. So what we could do is fold that away for now.
Number Mike identified.
Radar, hello, this is Camber 506 inbound on Osbit, flight level 370. Find direct Osbit and flight level 370.
Camera 506 identified, stroke 1000.
I think it is, isn't it? It's just a bug. Like you're saying, actually, there in the chat, you click it and they flip the other way. So it's almost like they're swapping with each other rather than actually displaying altitude or height, which is a bit of a mess.
20 November, contact Langen on 125, decimal 2.
He's not told us we're identified, but he's probably just ignoring us.
Radar lowering 23 November 2704250.
Das ist bei mir falsch.
Abagori, thanks for subscribing, mate. Good to see you. Let's have a little look. Now we're outside. I've turned those formation lights on, by the way. Hey, look at that. There's somebody up there. Looking good. I'm generally excited to see how this kind of progresses as a simulator over the next few years. Certainly when a lot of add-ons get brought into the sim over time, and I'm thinking things like the PMDG 777s, 737 series, the iFly 73 Max 8. Once they stop doing the kind of experimental elements to the Phoenix A320 series as well, and they become stable in the new sim, that's going to be quite good.
Like radar, hello, college 241
Let's do for one Langenräder identified, hello, direct right.
Well, I figured this would be quite a good test of default aircraft autopilot systems, wanting some very basic freeway scenery across.
2025.
2025,
and all that sort of thing. Let's have a little look at Volanta, see how everybody's getting on. Ian, did it reset itself or has it crashed your simulator, matey? Well, actually, we've made some right old progress. Felipe's there.
121 echo descent to flight level 350.
Zato's there in the Vulcan. That's what he's flying today. Burning all the fuel. Greta will be pleased. Beautiful aircraft in MSFS 2020. Chasing us out of Brize. And he's actually overtaken us already. Shows you how slow this aircraft is. It's weirdly slow actually. Too slow. We've still got quite a way to go, routing through Czechia, Hungary, Romania, Bulgaria, and then through Turkish airspace down off into Cyprus, RAF Akrotiri. What's interesting, I think some civilian flights. Wouldn't route through there. But it's because I suppose we're flying NATO, and NATO stuff is Turkey's part of NATO. I assume that we would just buzz through as the RAF. Whereas civilian aircraft, a lot of them would come through down the Aegean Sea, wouldn't they? And then they would route over kind of roads down into Cyprus, I believe. But I'd have to double check that. The old geopolitical tensions.
121 echo contact Langenräder on 125.2. 125.2 is 121 echo, thank you, bye bye.
Can't go higher than Max 78 still.
Camber 506 contact Langenräder on 125.2.
Also radar
GUBAX and ENITA PEPIK.
Bye. Camber 56508. Correction 506.
Here too. Produziert Big of Tango, descent to flight level 350.
ENITA.
Austin London Mike, descent to flight level 320, 2000 feet per minute or greater.
descent level 320, 3000 feet per minute or greater, Austin Mike.
Ocean 50, monitor Unicom.
Ocean 50, Unicom, watch you to just late. Version the back.
Qatari Niner 7 Romeo, contact Langen on 125.2. Hotel 558, contact Langenräder on 125.2.
125.2, external to 538, good ATC, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
152.
Traffic
Get that set ready.
identified, descend to flight level 110,
While I'm
cross
fiddling.
level at IRGAK.
Descend 110, cross level at IRGAK, and 56 over
Produziert Takeoff Tango, Monitor Unicom, tschüss.
GUBAX, BOREP, ENITA, PEPIK, ERGOM,
Thank you very much, have a good one.
TEGRI,
You too.
TIMUR, ADORU, Enesu, Charlie Romeo Lima, Yankee Alpha Alpha, Roxux, Romu ERGAK, XN. Yeah, Lambda XN. Elmas Kumru, Antalya. And then we're over the Med again. Derya, Tombi, Dasni, Peda,
Langen radar, good afternoon.
Maros,
With 175 down.
Mezusanani. So yeah, that's looking pretty good.
So
route
step
touch.
Delta Langen radar identified. Hello, traffic, 12 o'clock position, range 6 miles, crossing right to left, same level.
Roger, traffic at 12 o'clock.
Austin on Mike, monitor Unicom.
Unicom, Octo Mobile Micro.
Langen radar, good afternoon. Sorry, 2 for Tango with you, 390 inbound, Matus.
Qatari 2 for Tango identified. Hello, direct 10 go.
Yeah, big old
Direct
hydraulic
Tango,
noise there.
Sorry, 2 for Tango.
It's a shame about this.
Is in a 12 for uniform?
What we could do is walk through. They do stuff as well. We flush of the loop.
F230 2, contact Langen radar, 125 decimal 2.
Stairway lights.
Langen radar, hello, Center 910 to PDLC.
First escort 2302, contact Langen on 125 decimal 2.
Contact Langen 125 decimal 2, Ascot 2302. Tschüss.
46 Langen radar, hello,
502. So that works. Langen radar, good afternoon, Ascot 2302, flight level 350 inbound BOREP.
Ascot 2302, Langen radar, hello, identified.
Lovely. I feel like the aircraft's just settling in a bit more now, isn't it? After that little bit of mess on departure where it was getting a bit fiddly and a bit messy, it seems to have sorted itself out somewhat.
Jet 112.
That's good.
Jet 112, fly heading 360 and connect arrival 12505.
Fly heading 360.
Canadian Flight Sim, welcome, mate. What were we doing? We're in the middle of
Please give me the back of the
fiddling with the control panel, weren't we? Let me just have a wee look here.
125,050.
What have we got? Regulators, normal.
One
should be on.
identified. Your inbound of Frankfurt with stability is not.
It'd be cool if we could do shared cockpit in this, and you could have a load master at the station here dealing with bits. Let's see if we can do.
Langen radar, good day. RAF 3, level 4.
3 Langen radar, hello, identified.
I'm not going to open that at this altitude because I know what'll happen. We'll end up with a decompression warning and all that kind of stuff. But you could actually, in theory, just whack that open now. Pretty cool.
So 1 defense wire staff, flight level 110.
Lock and control. Aerial delivery system. They're all locked.
X-ray Hotel 558, Unicom 128, right?
So they don't do anything.
Over to Unicom, thanks for ADC. We'll see you next time. X Hotel 508.
1228's ready. Ian, no worries buddy, have a good one. 12-year-olds with a week until the summer break of 6 weeks, crikey.
Radar, good morning, Sierra Golf India, flight level 440.
Shame about the old FS24 crashing on you, matey.
Hello, Squawk 2074.
2074, Sierra Golf India.
I'll have to wait for this Joseph chap to claim his prize now, so we can get that sent out to him. Cheers, Ian. If the arrival is going to be like the departure, it's going to be messy as heck. I have actually got my Winwing F-16 HOTAS connected, so that's what we're using today, because obviously this has a little centre stick on the fast jet, which is pretty swished. I wonder if we could do Mach 7.9 without it here. Clacker as well, let's give it a go, see what it does.
Golf India identified, flight level 440.
Yeah, Mach 7.1. 791 rather. I'll just see how it settles.
Sierra Golf India, Roger, climb level 450.
Climb 450, India.
And I'm searching content at the moment for TCAS. TAWS weather TCAS mode indicator can be enabled or disabled on the MCP radar button. TCAS is default disabled on the nav display and always enabled on PPI. There's the weather radar.
Obviously missed that call, direct to fix.
1 Mike, contact radar 133.050 ground.
We've got weather radar, we have no TCAS by the looks of it. And we're right at the edge, Mach 7.9, look, it's right at the edge of that barber pole. So when it tickles into Mach 7.9.1, we get the master caution and the master warning for the overspeed. But we'll stick with it while I fiddle around.
Aussie going 128, finger have a nice evening, camber 506.
Not 437, squawk 2045. Not 437, squawk 2045. Squawk 045, that's 437.
Multifunction control unit located on the centre console, 2 of them, for the pilot and first officer respectively. The MFC unit provides control over the primary flight display and navigational displays of the aircraft. Altitude reference selector selects the altitude reference to be used with the central aura warning system when the alerts displayed on the PFD.
Identified. I need you on Alpha Devil. Can you accept
And that's MDA marker and decision height. 4 is the MFC buttons. Enable disable various functions of the MSV. So 1 course 2 course PFP TAC course AeroNOC. CDI course deviation indications, flight plan.
2302, continue confirm 2.8.
Unicom 1228, Ascot 2302, choose.
This 121X.
1228. Data's in op, PPI plan is in op. Okay, well that's pointless us pushing that then. Nav NVAD, which is display navigation aids on navigation display like VORs, NDVs and TACANs. Airports, displays airports on the nav display. GRP TACAN sec plan are in op. Declutter is in op. RDR cycles through radar modes of off, TAWS and weather radar. RZ, TAC and beacon are both in op. Nothing there about TCAS mode selection. Aircraft reference symbol position selector move backwards enables the aircraft reference symbol to be moved backwards. This will affect both MFDs on the corresponding MFD slide. That's 5. Interesting. Display test mode, pressing the test button enables HUD and MFD test format. And then aircraft reference symbol position selector forward. Oops, is that one. So this one's moving backwards, that one's aircraft reference forwards. Enables the aircraft reference symbol to be moved forward, and again that will affect both MFDs on the corresponding MFDC side. Ski TCAS ring interval is in op. Okay, well that explains a few bits then. That's number 7. Number 8, sorry. Where's 8? Right, yeah, so that's set to 16. That's the TCAS ring interval, that's in op. Heading reference selector switch is in op. All headings on the aircraft are by default set to magnetic, so that doesn't do anything. Map radar range selectors. Increases, decreases range of the map, nav display and PPI. Whack that to 320 and see the big distance further up. So TCAS on standby is just something we're going to have to live with. We're at ENITA now, so let's do a climb to 370, split axis, and we'll go up 500 just for a very slow, gentle climb. See how she handles that mode. No. When you press 8, I clicked that earlier just to see if it did. It's actually saying there, does it enable the new frequency spacings, but you can see there it doesn't, unfortunately. It doesn't give you those options at all, which is a bit of a shame. That'd be quite cool. BDHI, which is bearing heading directional indicators, that's all down here. That's this selection here. Number 1. Oh, that's on ADF. I want that on TAC. That's providing magnetic heading and magnetic bearing and or digital readouts of distance to VOR, DMEs or TACANs, relative bearing to radio stations supplied to ADF. So when we start to chase TACANs or VORs later, we can move those mode selectors to VOR, for example, or TAC, and that'll give us those readouts accordingly. We'll try TACANs at Akrotiri a little later, see if they're coded in any way, shape or form. I'm not mega confident that it is. Mode 1 selected between VOR, TAC and ADF1. We've just fiddled with those. De-icing, anti-icing system on the C-17. We've got bailout alarm switch. When we click that, the bailout alarm sounds. We don't want to tick that. Cool. We don't really need to faff with anything else. Coming up to 370. And there's no altitude sea chimes or anything in this from what we can hear. And as you can see in the climb there, it kind of pushed the speed, as Multipilot says, up to Mach 80 something, wasn't it? So I've just had to press the Mach number again of 79 there, and they selected that knob to try and retarget Mach 79. But again, it's right on the cusp of overspeed, as you can see. Mach 79 look actually goes into the barber pole there, which is a little bit of a strain actually, to be fair. If I go to Mach, well, we're 260, aren't we? So we try 258. No way. 250. 253 knots. Go for 255. I'm just trying to detect a little bit of precision here with riding right at the edge of the barber pole, just to see what we get. Because it's just in there. That's 250. I've asked for 255. Very clunky, isn't it? But these are the things with these default aircraft. They are rather messy. 254 is the warning. 255 is when it kicks in. Even that's got a very slight overshoot. I'll ask for 254 then. So they've not quite got the performance data nailed with this, have they? Still though, stunning aircraft. It was the one that I was looking forward to the most out of anything, to be honest. Hand flying it is actually quite nice. .253 is an overspeed, eh? Right, so we'll go 252. Fuel flow per hour. I assume that's litres. Pounds. 17,000 per hour on the right hand side. .251. Okay, we're 250 then. That's insane. So it can barely sustain. Hold on a second. Just bust the altitude I've asked for. What the? Right. Okay, so split axis is a bit clunky as well then, isn't it? I'll get us back down, shall we? Before we get into cross-flow traffic. Good grief. Mach 787, so just shy of Mach 79 there. Brab says he was excited for the PC24 in MSFS 2024, but he's heard it's really bad. I've not tried much else, to be honest with you, apart from some of the military aircraft. Again, like we said earlier on, that they're all default aircraft, so they're going to be pretty low standard. They're effectively designed for folks in Xbox wanting to load in and then blast this around the Mach loop and that kind of thing. They're not designed for these bigger, longer sector flights. I'd like to see perhaps an element of you know when Inibuilds bought out the A310, I think it was, wasn't it? That was a default aircraft in Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020. I'd like to see maybe that being included, you know, that kind of thing included for maybe something like this, where they enhance a whole load of the systems for PC. I don't know. I suppose they could just update it to work nicely on PC, couldn't they? That would be a easier way to do it. I've also noticed that the aileron trim is ever so slightly offset, but it might be the way the needle is set. But I've got no keybinds set for aileron trim, so I don't know what's happened there. Rudder trim, alt trim nose. What have we got here? I don't know if that's actually doing anything. No. So perhaps my trim hat here. No, that's not animated either. Oh well, so we got a very, very tiny bit of wing down. We're doing max 7.4-ish at 370. So max 786 is when we're starting to go into the amber zone, look. Oh, and then it goes to green again. So I'll ask for 254 then, if that's green. Oh, this is one heck of an experiment. I don't know why I'm putting myself through this. It should comfortably cruise at max 7.9er, does too, from what I understand. It doesn't really want to do that though, that much, by the looks of it. Got here, let's go to this wing view. Lovely. Still no 777 though, so it's probably a good job we went for this backup plan. So keep your eye on the channel for 777 freighter type of content. There aren't going to be any tutorials. It's going to work the same way effectively as the 777-300ER that they released a little while back now, which is superb. But I will do some sort of content. I haven't quite worked out what yet though. Bearing in mind that I was kind of hoping for it today. We were going to go into a bit of a nice live stream today and make the most of it, but that hasn't arrived, but it is what it is. Might do some short hops and kind of test it out into a nice little video. Is Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024 any good, Liam's asking? It visually a lot more spectacular in comparison to MSFS 2020. The default aircraft are very low standard though, being as you would expect for low for default aircraft. But they're fun nevertheless. I mean, this is still a really nice aeroplane, but it's very clunky. It's a lot of hard work because the autopilot's effectively that default logic that we've had in MSFS 2020. Without being much better. So I'd like to see it updated over time and improved. But it's not awful. This C-17 has got some additional functionalities that some of the other aeroplanes don't have. The A400M, for example, I can't seem to get working at all. The auto throttle system on that and all that kind of stuff is very buggy, I've found. So I tend to just get in the A400M and then hand fly and blast about a bit, do some hand flown circuits and then leave it at that. I'm still digging through the manual at the moment, trying to find things about the APU, because it doesn't seem to be able to be turned off. Where is it going to be? Electrical system, maybe? APU generator. Provide the aircraft AC current from the auxiliary power unit provided the APU is on. The two LEDs above will display if the APU is available or in use. Auto is its normal position for ACX cross tie. The APU may take up to 1 minute to start. This is normal and accurate to the real aircraft. The auxiliary power unit is a gas turbine engine located in the forward section of the right main landing gear pod. The APU provides auxiliary electric, hydraulic and pneumatic power to the aircraft when the engines are turned off. And it feeds from tank 3. Fuel may be fed by gravity, however it is recommended to have at least one boost pump on to provide sufficient pressure. The APU may shut down due to fuel starvation. If pressure is insufficient for a period of more than 2 minutes, the APU is unable to feed from any of the fuel tank unless crossfeed of fuel is occurring towards tank 3, but crossfeed isn't a feature yet. The APU panel is located directly above the electrical panel. APU display displays APU at RPM and EGT. APU starter control switch off, run and start. It's used to start stop the APU turbine. Auto shutdown override is in op. Mode selector is in op. Fuel pressure indicator. The amber light will turn on if the fuel pressure to the APU is low. Will extinguish if either tank 3 boost pump is enabled. APU fire alarm. They've left blank. I think it's in op. And the fire discharge is in op as well. So that makes it sound like it works. But the problem is, when we look at the APU, it doesn't let us turn it off. Very weird. So that's in op, doesn't do nothing, and it doesn't turn off. There's a lot of bugs with this, isn't there? Unless I've still got something else linked to the APU on there. There's APU bleed. No, that still doesn't do anything. Oh well. Oh, I think we've exhausted that with the APU then. It's just not going to work, is it? At least we've given it a go. Max 7.8 is as fast as we can achieve. By the looks of it as well. Bit of a shame. They've obviously not modelled the performance anywhere near where it should be. In fairness, it's probably quite difficult with a lot of systems being classified. You guys might be able to help with this. What have we got actually that's properly compatible now aircraft wise in the new sim? The development branch of the A380 is pretty good, isn't it? I'm assuming the A32NX dev version is working nicely in this as well. Just Flight just released a massive update to the RJ as well. I'm just going to try and dig out the changelog to see if that's in there or not. RJ Professional. Okay, it looks like that's all MSFS 2020. That's a heck of a changelog though for version 1.1 of the RJ. MS 2024 compatibility. Short answer, yes. Long answer, the RJ Professional has been developed in 2020 using the 2020 SDK. This is about 25 days ago though, so it's not been updated since. But they have said that it will be a free of charge compatibility update to owners of the RJ Professional. But they need to sort out the compatibility of it first. Badger says the Phoenix A320 series worked pretty well in 2024. Although Ian had a crash to desktop with his earlier, didn't he? And it is very experimental still, so I think people might have issues sometime with it. What's the general consensus of the included A330s in this new simulator? Are they pretty good, or are they effectively like default aircraft like this that have got default autopilots, bugs, bits that are missing, all that sort of thing? John says in his aircraft are generally pretty good, he's heard. I did say earlier PMDG have been having issues. They don't have a debugger tool that they can plug into the new sim yet. So it's like when the MSFS 2020 first arrived. They had issues with actually being able to debug a lot of stuff. So they had to work with the Sobo for a few months whilst they sorted all that out. But that will come, I'm sure, in good time. It's just a shame they weren't able to get the products updated ASAP for the new sim, but effectively we've got MSFS 2020 that does still work very well, so we don't have to move across. With regards to system depth for these INI builds created aircraft, the A330s, the Beluga, what level of depth have they got? Is it sort of fly-by-wire, PMDG, Phoenix kind of level, or where are we at with it? Or is it very similar to the A310 that they released in MSFS 2020 a while ago? Because that was quite buggy, and they never have solved a lot of the issues with it, which is rather frustrating. Yeah, that's the point. MSFS 2024 just doesn't support C++ dev tools right now, as Ashley's saying. I think most of their aircraft are made using that coding infrastructure. Dirty 2, yeah, press Shift and C and that will kind of give you that cockpit view instead of doing the walk around. I wish you could skip the walk around. It's just a bit stupid, isn't it? I think. Maybe nice for people to do once or twice in the airliners, but beyond that, no, not for me. I am pleased this is settled in though now. I did a little test a little while ago, though it wasn't out of Brize Norton, so maybe that's the issue with the departures and things. But I didn't have all of the problems that we had on the departure when I first tried this. So I was confident it was going to be okay today, but obviously we were riddled with issues at the start, weren't we? We got through it, but it has settled down now. Not that it wanted to. It was resisting, wasn't it, quite a bit. We'll see if all the LAPE stuff works later as well. I was just clicking around there trying to see if there was anything else that would stand out. What I did notice was that split difference, so we'd have to turn on radar on here. To get the relevant modes. We'll leave that off on that display though, because we're just using it as like engine and config really more than anything else. I agree, Christopher. I said the same a week ago on our last stream. I think realistically we're looking at 6 to 12 months before the simulator starts to stabilise a little bit in relation to performance, but also a lot of the add-ons that are moving across. I haven't uninstalled 2020 yet, and a lot of aircraft are still being released for the new sim, for the old sim. It sounds weird saying the old sim now, actually. You know what I mean? MSFS 2020. Not least the Bluebird 7.7 in the future as well. That'd be pretty cool. Yeah, crazy, wasn't it, Rab? Rather naive. Let's see how we're getting on. So there's the refuel panels. The skin of the aircraft looks great from here. Look at that. So does the shadows, actually. I did email Miltech and say, look, I'm looking at potentially doing this flight today. Could I get maybe the 99 Squadron livery in advance of its release, just so that we could have a little look at it? But they said that the pack's not ready yet, so it was a no. I was kind of hoping they would just send me the one livery itself, not the pack, and then we could have a little look and enjoy that for the day. But hey ho, it's their choice. We're going to have a nighttime arrival into Akrotiri by the looks of it as well, so it'll be interesting to see how all of the night lighting and formation lights and everything look in the aircraft once it gets a bit darker as well. But it is a phenomenal aircraft. Shall we open the cargo door in flight? What do you guys reckon? It will no doubt trigger a depressurization and all that sort of stuff, but still. Oxygen mask drop. Did that just drop it in here? Let's have a look. No. Got the red lights back on though. Wrong way, Feldman. Try and go into. It may help, it may not. I was hoping that was some cross-flow traffic, but it's not. So go into the location where your sim is installed, mate. I'm just trying to find it now. For me it's C drive. Right, here we go. Right, there you go. So that's where we're at now. Inside streamed packages, there we go. So in your main MSFS 2024 folder, give this a go, Wrong Way Feldman, and hopefully it might solve your 97% issue. Go to local state and then delete that streamed packages folder, and then restart your computer, reboot the simulator, and you might find that actually you'll get past that 97%. There might be some broken packages in there that it's tried to load and it's still trying to load and it's getting stuck there, so give that a go. It might actually solve a lot of problems for you, unless you've already tried that, and then I don't really know what else to suggest. Big old turn coming up. This does have like a lock auto tune feature as well, so we'll see how that works. they work separately. Very swish. See, at this point in the day, with no clouds, you could be in either simulator, but the ground textures do look a little bit more natural in this sim when you look closely. We're only just over Austria, Joffinek. So almost halfway. There's the turn. Czechoslovakian border, PEPIK, for the next waypoint. Right, where's my picture then? Slovakian border. Oh yes, actually, I was zoomed out. We basically skirted, if I just go onto Valanta, we've tickled right at the edge of some Austrian airspace, that little white line there. We've skirted just above that, so we've actually been crossing Czechia. I wish it was still Czech Republic, because that's easier to say. But no, Czechia, whatever it's called. I can never pronounce that word now. And then we're now in Slovakian airspace towards Hungary. Zato's still up in his Vulcan. And who have we got behind? RAF 3. Oh, Badge is right up front in the A330. He's flying the MRTT air tanker. Very nice. Badge, are you in Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024, mate? Is that just a delivery from flightsim.to? It's pretty cool if it is. Done well to get that far ahead as well. I did have VRAS open as well. I seem to have forgotten to actually turn it on.
Runway awareness. Okay.
Okay, lovely. So we've now got VRAS 1.2, which is for Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024. It's compatible with the new sim, turned on. So when we get a bit closer towards Akrotiri, we might get those runway callouts and all that kind of stuff, hopefully. That'd be quite cool. Not really a feature in this aircraft, I don't think, but I wanted to just give that a little go as well. See if it worked with it or not. But I forgot on the ground in Brize because my brain was a bit full. Need to get rid of those hydraulics. They haven't quite got the sounds right on that, have they? Gonna get dark very quickly. Apparently nighttime in the sim is a lot nicer in 2024. Curious to see what the sunset's going to look like as well. Wrong way, Feldman. No, not the MSFS2024 folder. That will cause you big problems. Hold on, let me go back onto it. I did show it a second ago in the stream. Stand by. Where's it gone? You should be able to go. I'll show you the route directory. So go Windows, Users, your name, App Data, then Local. Scroll down and find Packages. Enter that one and then scroll down and you will find Microsoft Limitless. Go into there, that is MSFS 2024's folder structure. So then go to Local State and then you have the folder called Streamed Packages and that's the one you delete. Don't delete anything else because I don't know what would happen. I assume you'd break it more. But that's the one you want to delete. So inside here is everything that your sim has downloaded for streaming. Look at all that. 881 folders in there for me. Christ. Still, it sounds really bad, but I've got the Wing Flex FCU cube. I've had it for about 3 weeks now and I still haven't plugged it in to actually try it out. Again, I've just not really had the time, sadly. So there's a lot of things on the backlog for content at the moment that I just can't get to quickly enough. But we're getting there. Eventually we start to get a little bit more time back for ourselves and we might actually be able to smash through a bit more content on the channel. But that would require the pup to actually stop destroying stuff when we walk away from the room and things like that. Easier said than done. 228. Fuel flows in pounds per hour in this, just continuing with the manual somewhat. Thrust rating and limit display reflects the selected EPA rating as selected on the standby engine instrument panel. And that displays the respective limit and the rating values. The EPA value vertical tape displays green when the EPA is in limits, yellow when it exceeds the limit, and then you've got the yellow rating line as well. That's in blue. EPA limit is amber and the rating line is blue. EPA predictor is a signed chevron commanded by the throttle levers and corresponds to the set throttle lever angle, so that's on R at the moment, which is the rating line. Configuration display. So the engine display's there. All I know how to do the performance stuff is selecting the EPA or cruise. To pause fly, thanks for subscribing, buddy. Welcome to the channel. nothing else really on there. The altitude display, the altitude tape should display on the heads-up display the current barometric altitude, but if baro is engaged, the tape will display rad out. The problem is, it's reversed, so that doesn't help. Oh well. Number 14, what is that? Backup engine flap indicator gauge, spoiler status gauge, trim, pitch yaw gauges. Yeah, the long shadows in this, and actually the reflections are really quite spectacular, beaming through the aircraft. Interestingly enough, they've not put any windshield stuff in here. You know, like the blinds. Probably could supply the oxygen on actually as well, shouldn't we? Dave, hello mate. Lovely. I mean, it's pretty stunning, isn't it? Mikhail, thank you, buddy. 1st of December, indeed. Appreciate the super chat.
Mikhail Jensen donated 200 Danish kroner through super chat. A dog food donation. Happy 1st December to all.
There's a new feature for Super Chat. Replies to Super Chats. That's pretty cool. And likes. How bizarre. I like it. New functionality. Ooh, there's a push button there. What's that for? Oh, it's going to be the stairs. Let's have a little look in the kitchen area. This is effectively the galley. First aid kits. Oh yeah, they've actually got that in there. That's good to see. So none of that is kind of toggleable. So in 99 Squadron C-17, there's like a little like a food station here. It's pretty cool. Oh my goodness, the simulator's new mouse controls is doing everybody's head in. But yeah, there's the bed, so there's the kind of crew rest bunk. These aircraft can obviously do air-to-air refuelling and stay in the air for a ruddy old long time as well. That's a cool view, isn't it? Look at that. A bit weird that you need a window there though. Swish. 252. Max 78 is the fastest this can fly then. Now hopefully you just saw that. The automatic change. And there was a physical change there in the way the lighting is in the flight deck, actually. Interestingly enough, it's like it's gone into night mode all of a sudden by itself. But some of these floodlights and things don't actually do anything, from what I can gather. going to be the first sunset that I've seen in 2024. We're only not even halfway. When did we take off? 12:30? Doesn't seem right, does it? For our flight time. It should be able to do Mach 80, but it just can't. Anyway, we'll punch it and just see what happens. I also want to know if it goes over the limit line. 256. No, that's pretty good. It's not going to allow us to deal with the Mach overspeed. So we might just have to leave that red with warning on. Should be able to do Mach 80 comfortably. Dusty says, can you disable the co-pilot in Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024? They creep him out slightly. I don't know how. Ooh. That means mine does that. How funky. How am I managing my views, Night Shadow says, via key press or hat switch? A bit of blend of both, to be honest. Ground speed of 450. Zato, where are you on Volanta? How far down are you? In fact, where am I? Over Budapest. Crikey, Zato's blasting ahead. He's by the Romanian border already. It's good effort. We're literally over Budapest now. What's your speed then in cruise, Zato? K9, crikey. Yeah, I'm not keeping up with that. Got to work out how long's left on the flight now. Really. We'll be back. Oh, that's my MSFS settings, isn't it? That's pretty cool. Flight planner. Oh, this is Navigraph. Is it Navigraph? What the? I don't know what that bit is. We're not going to Egypt. That's very peculiar. Oh, this is the Sim Flight Planner tool, isn't it? If I load flight plan, and we'll just see what it says again in a sec, if it allows us. Those colours are starting to come and change now in the sim. Look at that. That's a marked improvement to the old sim, isn't it? That doesn't want to change anything in flight. Navgraph charts are inbuilt into the FB, which is very nice. Although the EFB seems to be now bugging out for me. Oh, no, there we go. One thing that's nice with here with the performance tool is you can actually have a little look at the performance calculations. Now what it will do is it's got very limited data available for things like the C-17 naturally. Max manual brakes, there's no auto brakes. Reversers, no, interesting. Flap 75. Right, see what it says. BOREP 146. So that's approach speed of 151. That's 75% flap. Hovering just above you at Mach 81, and he's got an ETA of 1708Z for multi-pilot. That's pretty cool, isn't it? Ground below is mega blurry, so there's not much difference there to the old sim in the sort of quality of the data. From this altitude, you can't really notice much of a difference. But I mean, in reality, this would all be blurry down below anyway. This could be a bit better for being a Premium Deluxe aircraft. That single contrail is very frustrating, isn't it? Superbly odd. But again, that'll be hopefully something the Miltech simulations can solve ASAP. Yeah, the sunset looks a lot more natural, doesn't it? All the colours and everything else. Yeah, it's something, Lardo, that they should have really picked up in testing, and they should have thought, well, actually, hold on, we should have an anchor point for each of the 4 engines for contrails, not from the belly of the aeroplane. That's just lazy coding, or sloppy kind of developer work, I guess. This was the aircraft that I was hyped about the most in the simulator, so although we are just about getting on with it today, I kind of wish this was a bit better. It's not in the toolbar, RAB. Dusty's asking about GSX working well, the 24. Yes and no. GSX on MSFS2020 have got these kind of replacement jetways which you can add, so instead of default jetways, GSX can force their own in, which is quite a cool little feature. Relevant or specific slightly to the airports that they're loading into. Now, that isn't really a feature that works particularly well in MSFS 2024, so when you install it, you'll probably get a pop-up Emirates A380. You'll probably get a pop-up suggesting that you disable it entirely, which I've ticked yes to today because it's been a new update. But it does work pretty well actually. You just need to make sure you've still got custom profiles loaded in for it. Diversity. There's no guarantee it will work with every aircraft. I don't know how GSX would work with the C-17, for example. But it tends to do a good job out of the box of detecting where the nose wheel is. David says you can turn off the co-pilot in your profile settings under customize identity. You can select the empty space to disable it. You know what we could do? We could look at the progress page. Two hours 17 to go apparently. It's ridiculous this is overspeeding at Mach 80. It does say cruise range though, Mach 7.9. Weird thing is, I'm just going to watch that progress page. If I go that onto 217. .218. Yeah, so we're basically looking about 5:30, aren't we? Realistically. Service ceiling of 45,000 feet. We've got something else to consider with this that I've just noticed in the manual. Backside flying. So we spoke earlier about tactical descents, and that's when the aircraft will do tactical descents from sort of flight level 300 down to 5,000 feet in about 2 minutes, and they idle the throttles, go to reverse idle, pop in, open the spoilers, maybe increase some flaps as well, and then they work to do the different descent rates, which can exceed apparently 15,000 feet per minute, which is incredible, really aggressive, quite dynamic. And again, because of MSFS 2024 limitations, it's not really a feature that's enabled in the sim. 215. Gotcha. It's not really a feature enabled in the sim, unfortunately, so they're working on a bypass for that, a little workaround for it. But there's a characteristic for this C-17 called backside flying, and effectively it relates to the flaps. Let's see if I can do it on this side here. So in effect, when we deploy the flaps later on onto the approach with the C-17, these flaps will extend down in the way of the thrust coming out the back of the engines. And because of that, these flaps are therefore designed to push that lift downwards, almost like the kind of a nozzle deflection on a F-35, for example, where it will change the nozzle position and push the thrust vector down in order to kind of have that stall feature. So basically the exhaust stream gets deflected downwards when we extend the flaps on final, and that will convert engine thrust directly into lift. So we get a unique flight path and airspeed response during approach or high flap maneuvers apparently. According to the manual it says with powered lift, also known as backside flying, the thrust will control the flight path angle and vertical speed directly, whilst pitch will control airspeed. This also provides exceptional landing performance, low approach speeds and the capacity to fly steeper approaches. We're on Mach 7.9 and it's, even then apparently we're overspeeding, even though we're at its maximum documented cruise speed for this version of the aircraft in the sim. But hey ho. I mean the shadows and everything now with the sunset beaming into the flight deck, that's quite impressive, isn't it? All those colours and the shading coming across, that's quite nice. All like reflecting over the top there, that's rather... The sim is not, it's quite stuttery, isn't it? Okay, I'll have a good one, matey. Yeah, that's quite nice. There goes the sun. From inside the flight deck, the ground textures look superb until you start zooming in and then you go pixelated. So about here is kind of the sweet spot where everything looks really nice. Once we zoom in a bit more, then they start to go a bit blurry. But your eye can't zoom in real life, so... Taste says when the sim works, it really does look nice. It does, doesn't it? That gradient could be a little bit smoother. I'm going to set up a poll because I'm interested to see what your thoughts are on this question I'm about to ask. No, but I have got some tonic in the fridge though. Just to be pleased to know. There's the question then. I want to know if you're still using Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020 or whether you might have moved across to the new sim, or maybe you're operating a blend of both. So if you're watching and you've got the capacity to kind of click the poll that's active, I'm interested to know roughly how many people might be in each camp. For example, I've got both simulators installed. Don't look up. Hey, oops. Oh, the ruddy mouse key click spotty thingy. There's multi-pilot. Yeah, I've got both installed. I'll probably still do most of my flying on Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020, I think, more than likely. Where I'll just continue on there maybe for 6 more months, I think. Maybe 12 months, like Yep's saying in the chat. He says he's not bothering with 2024 for at least 6 to 12 months, let it settle down a bit and wait, and he's waiting for PMDGs PMDG to move their products across as well. I think a lot of people are, to be fair. I mean, that's pretty mega, isn't it? Look at that. Grimes refunded Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024. Who else has done that? Because I saw, certainly in the first week, loads of people pushing in for refunds for their purchase, which is no small feat, is it? Personally, I thought, whilst I couldn't get on for like a whole week, I did think to myself, oh God, do I just get it refunded like a lot of people seem to be doing? But I thought I'll just persevere with it, I'll just wait. Pointless really, kind of, maybe, if I've already bought it, knowing I am going to use it in the future. I thought I'll give them a little bit of time to work out stability of the servers and everything first, and I'll go from there. But I decided to stick with it, but I'm not going to start firing in refunds and all that kind of stuff. I mean, I actually purchased standard edition, like a lot of you know, but Sobo / Microsoft sent me Premium Deluxe edition for free, which is rather nice of them. They wanted me to check it all out with a new sim, different aircraft, different airports and features. I was probably going to buy this one separately anyway when they launch the marketplace, but this needs to be quite a bit improved before I think about. If I hadn't got Premium Deluxe already, before they start thinking about doing this kind of thing, I think it's not. It's just like any other default aircraft, really. It's more improved than some of them. It's better than some of them. It's a hell of a lot better than the A400M. That thing's a mess. But I wouldn't purchase it separately necessarily. Not until a lot of the fixes have come. Lardo, crikey, what system spec have you got? Yep, says you've not seen me on DCS for a while. Yeah, I found it was really frustrating me actually with how much stuff was unfinished. You look at the Afghanistan map, for example. I was trying to hold out for that, thinking they are going to fix it at some point, change, improve the performance, all the rest of it, and then increase the kind of detail in the map. It started off with South Afghanistan being completed first, and then the rest of it is yet again, like everything else, in early access. And it's still unfinished. They still haven't really updated it from release now, and that's been what, 6, 7, 8 months now. That's pretty poor. I loved the Phantom, the F4 Phantom from Heat Blur. That was fantastic. But again, I just found it was starting to frustrate me quite a bit. So I've still got the HOTAS, I've got the Orion 2 throttle system, all that kind of stuff from WinWing, which is really good bits of hardware. But my goodness, did I get frustrated with the lack of progress. That's interesting. So I've just noticed something else with this. Off, night, day. So that's night mode. But I can't change the brightness. So when it starts to blind us later on, I physically can't change that from any of the other modes. So that's that. 2 clicks is as low as you want to go for that. 2 clicks. And then we're going to have to just fiddle around with some of this lighting here. Just so we don't get blinded. It's going to be over here. Get you. Oh look, that's rather immersive, isn't it? Let's put that back, shall we? Do that. Oh, for goodness sake. There we go. Panel. Blood. Blood. Let's see if... oh no, that was up. Jeepers. Night. There we go. So I can't even turn that bit off. Oh, some of them are so bright, jeepers. Right, let's go that. Low line. Panels. So that is pretty much as dark as we can get the aircraft before it starts doing weird stuff. Yes, so I'm using the freeware from flightsim.to, technically for Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020. But we're using them for today anyway. In 24. Can't turn any of those down either. That's flood. We'll have to do that. That's set to its lowest. There's a load of cloud, a load of weather rendering in there actually, by the looks of it. How we're doing with that sunset. Rab, I'm still on normal time. Lifetime live weather. Flight Relator says I did change DLSS swapper to 3.8. What's DLS swapper? I don't know. That's news to me. I'm going to write a note of that. DLS swapper. You saying there version 3.8? Sharkface, sure. DLSS swapper. Just googling that now. So it's a GitHub tool. A tool that allows you to conveniently download, manage, and swap DLSS, allowing you to upgrade or downgrade DLS versions within a game. So we could use DLSS swapper, get the latest version, which is now 3.8.10 and above. apparently we can get crisp glass displays and things with DLSS. Durstu's done the same. He's done that to the latest DLSS file. It still runs TAA, and that helps performance as well. SOBO always overrides MSFS DLSS versions to a 2-year-old one, which is detrimental for performance. Probably explains the lack of optimization in the sim then, really, and the lack of utilization of all of our super hardware and things. But when we update the sim then, so for example they're going to release, if they release a patch next week, could you then, would it then revert back to the DLSS that MSFS2024 is loaded in with, or would it keep the one that you've updated to? And typically, how much performance of an increase are you looking at as well? Every update, Fly with Lado says, every time you update the sim, you've got to update it back to the new DLSS version. Crikey. So is it that GitHub tool then that you've got? Is that what you use? What the? Well, the lighting's just changed itself again. Did you see that? There's weird things happening. In fact, what's happened to that display? Looks like grayscale. Okay, well that's a lot better. But I didn't click anything. But it does mean now my dials and things are slightly too dark. Performance issue annoys me here with the Max 7.9 being apparently an overspeed, but I refuse to acknowledge it. It must have like an automatic dimmer within it. Weird. Don't really know why it's doing that, but oh well. Hey ho. Bloody thing. There's the flight deck from the dash view. One of those little, those Just Planes videos on approach where it kind of rotates around on short final. That'd be a cool replay camera to have. Where are we now? Bulgaria, I think. No, we're over Romanian airspace. So next up, up's Bulgaria, and then Turkey. Rab says it's pitch black for him in Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020. Now we've got live weather, live time on. Real time's ticked. And live weather. So if you're pitch black in MSFS 2020, ooh, what's it done there? Okay, that's weird. When I went into the weather menu, it kind of got a bit trippy then. Yeah, if you're pitch darkness already in MSFS 2020, then you can see instantly then how different it is in the newer sim. Look at that though, that's pretty epic. Those beacons are pretty ridiculous as well. Look at that, it's just permanently red underneath there on the belly, not even flashing. That one on the top is flashing, but again it appears red, and the red light flashing isn't actually in line with it. That one's just not doing anything. Strobes need to be a lot more powerful as well. Barely see them. Oh yeah, contrails we've discussed is a bit of a mess. I think it's supposedly the APU exhaust, because we can't turn the APU off coming out from inside the belly of the plane somehow, but hey ho. This is the first proper long-range test that we've done in MSFS 2024. We won't be doing a flight as long as this again for a long time, though, I don't think. There's a lot of red on that weather radar. It annoys me that we can't turn the APU off. Icing. Can't get rid of the anti-ice. That should be in the arm position. It was earlier. Yeah, can't work out why that's there. Oh well. We put night vision mode on now and we get that green backlight inside the cabin as well. Kind of weird tinge. Water pilot says, not sure if you're able to climb or not, but I have nothing on the radar at flight level 410, although it is a different simulator. There you are, just further up. I wonder what we also can do in here. HSCC is nothing. They're not. They're blanked. Performance is nothing. We could put fixes in. That's potentially quite useful later on. Hour 52. Doesn't seem like that's going down very much, does it? Half 5. It seems to be slipping in time, doesn't it? going to do a little cheeky. Where are we at now? Let's have a quick check of the weather, the radar. So what are we? Active Bulgaria. ADORU. So we're going straight line to ADORU at the moment. I'm tempted to slice all the way down Istanbul. Instead of flying down through Antalya, slice down ADORU and effectively just go direct down to like Maros. That weather radar looks pretty good, because on Volanto, if I just go into that real quick, show you guys, there's our current position, right? But we've got all of this weather around us over Sofia at the moment, and actually that is on the weather radar. Although allegedly it's in front of us, that's quite high actually, so though we're not going near the red. To turn some of these lights and things back up. Got Copper, welcome mate. Finally able to catch a live stream, hope all is well. Yeah, very good, thank you for asking buddy. Maxed out massively at the moment, so today I've had a bit of time. I was supposed to be doing something else, as we said a few times at the start, but that hasn't come through, unfortunately. Why is aeroplane mode on? My phone. Very strange. Yeah, I've basically been waiting for an update or an email from PMG for the 777 freighter, but that hasn't turned up, so it's due to be released on the 6th of December, so not long to wait at all now. But that was the kind of main plan for today, and this was the backup, although this was a flight that's a lot longer than I would have originally have hoped for, by a couple of hours to be fair. We can't really go much faster either. Look at this. That's quite cool. You can transport loads of different things, by the way, so you can actually blast around in the C-17 and then you can carry big cargo pallets, armoured trucks, presidential limos, the Chinook like you see here. You can leave it empty if you want to, and also pop in a Huey airframe as well potentially. Boj, this is, in my opinion, this is a lot better than the A400. The A400 is a bit naff. Certainly the flight dynamics on it it's very toyish. This doesn't feel that like that. This is actually really quite impressive for a default aircraft with the modelling and things. The system depth, as you'd expect, is probably lacking quite a bit. We saw on the departure it was really quite a handful. Just nothing wanted to work for the first few minutes until we stabilised everything. But yeah, there's lots of issues, bugs and all that sort of stuff. Like the contrails coming from potentially the APU or in the middle of the belly of the plane from the cargo bay. It's all a bit strange. .15 knot crosswind now. And a 14 knot headwind, which doesn't help. That's slowing us down a tad. Graham, no, these aren't back compatible, so you can't take this and put it into MSFS 2020. John, Epic, what route are you flying, mate? There's the results of the poll with 60 of you voting. Most of you are on MSFS 2020 still. 46% of you, so almost half of you are still only on Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020. 23% of you have deleted that and you've entirely moved over to the new sim. 23% of you have got a blend of both simulators in use, and 6% of you had MSFS 2024 and you've given up on it and you've gone back to MSFS 2020. Interesting. I didn't expect that. I thought there would have been more people kind of diving into the new sim, actually, to be fair. Darkness looks very impressive in this compared to MSFS 2020. It's a slower gradient into night, but the lights and things look a lot nicer. The gradient and everything as well, the hue. Look at that. Oh, that's quite something. There's our little formation lights. You can finally see the strobes and everything now a bit better. Belly of the plane though, again, doesn't appear to have... Oh no, there is a beacon actually. You can kind of see something flashing with the... Just move the view around a tad. Yeah, it's not set up properly at all, is it? Let's go real close. Weird. Not quite right, is it? Still. Look at the size of that thing. The clouds there look really poor, actually, all of a sudden. Look at that. They look like big pixels. And I really wish we could turn that ruddy APU off. That stupid control coming out the back. Sixilla, hello mate. No, we've got the auto throttle working again now, bizarrely. And LNAV as well, actually. Yeah, clouds at night time in MSFS 2024 are not all that impressive, at least from an external view. They look quite gritty, don't they? Don't know if it comes across on your side of the stream as well. We'll try inside the flight deck, because I know that does change things a little bit. Yeah, no, same again, look. Look at that. It's an attempt to make them look fluffy, but I think this gradient of light makes them look a bit strange. They look quite pixelated. Christ, that's a big old wall of cloud. Looks like we're going to go right into it as well. The winds are aloft. Let's just check the flight plan here. Where's my maps? Flight maps. Vertical profile. So if we go higher, the crosswind will increase, which we don't want, so that'll actually slow us down a bit more. 300, 340. And we've got just to back by roads actually. A load of isolated embedded cumulonimbus up to flight level 350, looking at the significant weather. we're about to go into proper night time now. So it looks like a lot of these displays have like an auto dimming, and they've kind of dropped down slowly with nightfall. As the sim gets darker, it looks like the flight deck environment has kind of automatically gone down with it as well, which is quite interesting. It still annoys me about the speed. Although we're on max 795, but so the standby instruments aren't backlit. Oh my goodness. Who else finds that super annoying? Just had a fly past. Crikey. There he goes, look at that. Who was that? That looked very close. That was a Lufthansa 1299 A321. 1,000 foot below us, off to Frankfurt. Hello to you if you're watching. Got to make sure as well when we get a bit closer, though we are a few hours away still, that we move this nav display selector, nav mode selector from mission to VOR ILS 1 or 2, depending on what we're doing. So nav 1, nav 2. Got to make sure we select the relevant fields. In fact, we could probably do some of that now while we fiddle about and make our way slowly towards Akrotiri. So on the charts, we've got Akrotiri's TACAN at 107 X-ray. Let's put that in actually. Where is it? TAC. So 107 X-ray. Transfer. Got to find the course line as well. Actually, I don't think. Yeah, course 2 and course 1, course 2 weren't active actually, were they? They were in ops, so we don't have that function. Akrotiri, approaches, star. ANANE Alpha, I think is what we're doing, isn't it? Let's have a quick check on my sim brief. My flight plan. Oh no, ANANE Bravo. So we want that one, which we'll pin. So from Mesus, no, from ANANE, sorry, down here, ANANE Bravo. Working in towards Akrotiri, and then intercepting the 11.4 DME arc around the Akrotiri VOR by the looks of it. What is it? AKR. Yeah. Which is 107 X-ray on the TACAN, or 1160. Transfer. And then in the standby, just to get that sorted out, we want to put, that's night mode, locked in E1097. So we're going to work round towards that radial of 111. And then from there, TACAN ILS DME runway 28. Nice easy missed approach as well actually, so just climb runway heading, track 282 to 2,000 feet above ground level, then turn left on track 222 degrees, climb as directed, transition altitude is 9,000, so we'll go for 10,000 for the descent. All altitudes are based on QNH, all heights are based on QFE. TACAN Akrotiri bearing unlocks may be experienced between 150 degrees clockwise to 280 degrees when below 3,080 feet due to terrain masking. ILS lock and DME idents are not synchronized. ILS DME reads 0 at runway threshold. And we can go category D aircraft, we'll go minimums 310. Right, what else have we got then? So the charts for the ground. Runway 28 is our arrival. Put a little red arrow just to show you guys the direction of travel. And then from there, 2,745 metre long runway. We can stop this thing very short, really. So we can either slam the brakes on. Oh, I reckon we'll get off at Yankee 1. So we'll come off here. And then we'll work down towards... Parking stands and coordinates. What have we got? Terminal. Right. So we've got to go down to the end. Basically, we'll come off at Yankee 1. And then we'll go into the Bravo apron here. Terminal area. So just annotate that so I know where I'm going. What have we got? Yeah. All visiting aircraft are to contact Flamingo Ops on 234.05 at approximately 200 nautical miles, but not later than 100 nautical miles, and request required ground surfaces and parking instructions. Runways grooved. Cool. Radar minimum outs. Noise abatement procedures. Yes, with Mezzis in our route, we're basically just going to cross across here and then join ANANE. That's all. Probably easier because we'll have a shorter kind of VOR radial to try and navigate around. TACAN 28 approach. Surveillance radar approach are some other options. And now we're total darkness in the sim. A little bit of hue to the south, to the, what are we? Sort of southwest. Beyond that darkness ahead. It's 160, it's a bit much for a direct 2 there, isn't it? Probably. Right, so nav2, 116, so we need to pop in the ILS frequencies we spoke about a little earlier. So the TACAN ILS 28, we want an inbound course of 282. Now that's going to be interesting because we don't have a way of setting the course. 282, 1097. Nav 2. 297. Now, has that replicated over here? Yes. Now we can change the course here actually. So we manually set 282 for the course. 282. So that's set the course on both. That TACAN 107 is good, so we can pop that onto transmit receive. And again, I'm not massively convinced that that is actually going to be something that is, is going to be active, but hey ho. And then we could probably just commit to this arrival a bit more now. So we can go into departure arrivals, runway 28, ANANEB, execute. Now interestingly, it doesn't give us any options for the transition or anything, does it? Look. Which is very interesting. So we can go to, where's ANANE? We've got to get rid of that discontinuity because that's something in the manual that it says you cannot have any discontinuities. Probably the default autopilot's probably going to break otherwise, isn't it? So ANANE radial 214 kilo 12. Let's go to nav display. Is it going to give us a plan mode? Oh, it doesn't have PPI, does it? Oh, there we go, there's a plan mode. Almost looks like the default A320. Not that we can actually have a little look. Oh well. That's not really a plan mode. So, we'll just have to see what happens with that. As long as we are at 10 miles at 2,000 feet, 5 miles at 1,500 feet, we should be okay. So I'm just going to manually put that in. It's a 3-degree glide slope, which means on approach path it's not going to allow me to move anything, is it? There we go. Approach path 3 degree. Won't impact it though. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not convinced it is going to allow us to fly a DME ARC. To be fair. Still over 500 miles to go, Rab says. My goodness. Okay, wrong way, Feldman. Then you probably just need to completely uninstall the sim, remove any lingering files that might be there, and then try again. But beyond that, I would create a support ticket with Zendesk for Microsoft Flight Simulator support. I don't know what else to suggest there, matey. Unfortunately. God, my goodness, Badger is miles ahead. He's halfway through Turkey. what's our inbound route now? Elmas? No, that's on a different page. ADORU and SO. Page 1, ADORU. So Enesu is next. Where are we? I need to get my SimBrief flight plan and have a little look at what my estimate fuel should be. And then work out how many pounds we have left from the kilograms value that I'm expecting, because I'm in kilos. So Enesu. £35.8. That's £78,925. That's because we've got Mach 80 selected as a cruise, so we've burnt a lot less than we expected to. Right, don't look. I'm going to ask it to go to Mach 82. I'm just going to completely ignore the overspeed because it's not particularly well created with performance. Who's that on VATSIM at the moment? Somebody in a C-17 Moose 3.3 doing circuits at Akrotiri at the moment by the looks of it. Hold on a second. Sure, maybe. What I have just found out is that I've got 1,812 hours of total flight time on VATSIM. That's a lot. Mr. Goldie, thanks for subscribing. Welcome on board. Good to see you. Hour and 15 of flying left to go. Jeez. Right, so that doesn't do anything, and that's my keybind for auto the speed brake. I'm tempted to do a direct 2 and try and shave a little bit of time off here and there. Progress 1 hour 18, Joshua neck. Ah, chuffing neck. It's flight control replay, I don't want that. Right, D310. Let's see if I can set that. Where's the decision height? But might as well do that now, because otherwise I'll. Where is that? It's down here, isn't it? Otherwise I'll forget later. So decision height. 310 is DA, so MDA. 2 was it 310? That's going to be Barrow, so yeah, Barrow ran out would be 230. There's the NVG light mode. Now it's got a bit darker. What if we could turn the lights off in the bit behind us? Where is that? I can't remember where the light switch was for that bit. got to be here somewhere. Maybe it's the dome. Yeah, there we go. Ooh, look at that. Emergency exit lights. Although that one there is a bit misplaced. Is it? Oh no, it's recessed. Nice. That looks ominous down there, doesn't it? Let's go down. 6. Ooh, yes. Darkness. Gonna park in the main terminal area, multi-pilot. Definitely some little stutters and stuff on the sim still. You can pop in here, have a look at the old crapper. Flush the loo. Nothing else works. That's a big old click spot. Don't know what it's for though. But it's the door. Yeah, don't open that by accident, do we? Crikey. Close that. We can open this though. There's that little kind of wardrobe-y thing that we spoke about earlier. And there's one of the galley areas, which we've not gone down to. Emergency manual gear extension to deploy. Full down, full stroke. What? What have we got here? Coffee machine, bread maker. Don't know what that does. Unless I'm clicking something on this side. Probably am. There's the Loadmaster station. I do like this. I like the fact that this is a... That's well cool. Pop that onto white lights. Oh yeah. We can turn the fluorescence right down as well. Gang lock backup. Logistics rails. They're all in op anyway, all those. Fans, that's quite good, and cargo smoke detection system. That's a switch. That's in op. Oh, that'd have been quite cool to see. Oh well, I do like that. That's pretty swish. What does this say? Cargo load sheet. Giving us pallet weights and things like that. Centre of gravity locations for the loadie. Oliver Foden, welcome. Yeah, flight's going well. Oh wow, I'll tell you what. That looks real. That is actually visually quite spectacular. Look at this. Should probably get out of the red envelope to take a screenshot of that, otherwise I just look like an amateur, don't I? Let's let that sort itself out. I mean, that looks quite impressive actually. I think that's pretty mega. But let's select. I want back 7.9, don't I? Really, for out of the overspeed. And then I'll wind it back up again and ignore the performance stuff. I mean, that looks mega. That looks so good. So if I go to this view, so this is where the sim looks like it's in a league of its own, and it's so different from Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020 because of this. Look at these visuals. That is absolutely spectacular. I've not seen anything in a game look that good at night time. Night time's usually, you know, extremely tricky for the developers, but those cloud textures and everything there, that does look like real life. That's so impressive. Rab can see the runway lights at Ataturk below. Oh! There! Oh yeah, look at the approach lighting system. And the taxiway lights as well. That's insane! Is that... yeah, look at that, that's Istanbul. That's amazing. We need all these big developers to get into the sim, don't we? ASAP. That is superb. Just going to ignore the overspeed again. What have we got here? Let's go outside. Oh, mighty. Shame about that contrail ruining things, but that does look pretty swish. It's like one of those cutscenes from SWAT. No, not SWAT, SEAL Team. Oh, that's just amazing. Visuals are on a whole new level with this sim, aren't they? I mean, this just shows it straight away. This is all default. In fact, do we have a payware scenery for Istanbul? I don't know if we do. I'm glad we're on live time with this though. I mean, those clouds look properly lifelike, don't they? Even the stars above. Taking lots of nighttime screenshots, which is something I would never have really have done in MSFS 2020. Oh, that's amazing. Properly impressive. There's the beast up front, up close. Very cool. We need a bastion scenery. Although they'll turn around and go, you can't do that. You need to be part of the Special Operations Association. Yeah, I think most of the default aircraft nameless Ghost have all got the same problem from what people have been saying. It should be an easy fix though, really. Just requires the developers to actually pull the finger out of the bum and actually anchor those contrails to the right places rather than just go, that'll do, I've stuck it in the belly. Yeah, that is the most real I've ever seen a simulator, full stop, at night time. I mean, dare I say, the textures now they look even better, don't they, with the clouds? There was that little period of time where we were going through sort of sundown, or sunset, and those clouds went really pixelated, but maybe it was transitioning into like a night texture, I don't know. But now they just look like a whole different bloody level, don't they? They look so good. Prog. I know what we can do as well. We can try test that fixed ring and see if it allows us. So it's going to be 11.4 DME. It's probably not going to let us, is it? So if I do AKR 11.4, going to tell me if it will or not. Ooh. 11.4, is it going to allow specific? Wow, okay, it is. And then we can do 282. Just keeping an eye on the LNAV as we keep the turn. Not got 100% confidence in it, sadly. Captain Dave, hello mate, says he's really struggling with Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024. What are you finding as a frustration, matey? Is this something we can maybe help with? Let us know. So we'll keep to Akrotiri 11.4. We'll see what happens with that. We might have to just fiddle with it a little later on. Graphics more than anything else. Depends on your system spec, mate. But I'll just toy with the presets for now, and then go from there. High, medium, ultra, whatever. Maybe set high, and then tweak a few things from there. This does look rather superb, doesn't it, at night time? We can turn the night viz dome light functionality off as well. So that's that. So those flow lines are quite bright, aren't they? There's no other lights on that section. Oh my god. What? What did I click? Getting blinded by the green lights now. Flow line power. Oh my goodness. Neil, hello matey. It was your suggestion actually. I did spot it and I thought that's pretty cool. I'll look to do that. Let's see, that flows pretty nice and it's not too in your face and too bright. Now down here, blood will leave off. Yeah, where I turned the external source to the alternate, that basically just snapped it across to that different mode, didn't it? Pop that back on again. leave that on grey. Do that like so. You have to give these a little fiddle again. That flood can come off. That can come off. Okay, so we're getting nice and set up for a good nighttime kind of approach, really. Oh, Dwar, very nice. Hello, matey. What did you settle for in the end? Yeah, that's as good as it's going to get, actually. So we can go to... Let's have a look back down underneath. Okay, we've accidentally killed all the power downstairs. Good. So that one button has isolated everything. Now I wish we had night vision goggles. Poor Jeff in the toilet's not going to be happy. But that looks cool as anything though, doesn't it? Right. Aeromedical systems, built-in test panel, supply crossfeed. Oh my goodness, we're not going to be able to see a ruddy thing, are we? So I'm going to go by guesswork. Gotcha. Oh, that was the logistics. My goodness. Right, that's a bit better. Drop the neck. Cargo heater, fans, alternate warning, altitude warnings. Okay, that's everything. Go back to the flight deck. .23 knots. Ooh. Well, what's happened there? Have I hit a keybind that's isolated something? Can't have done. Got a right old bug. Now that's really got me stumped. So how do we know what modes we've got if we can't chuff and see anything? I know. It's going to be this, isn't it? So flood. Wiggle, wiggle, there we go. Right. So yeah, something happened there with the lights selection. Back in. There we go. It was an easy fix. We don't need the floodlights for the whole cabiny thing, that's just a bit now. Yeah, it was that switch there, the alternate flow line power, norm to alternate. What it's done is I've switched it across and it's just gone doosh, and it's switched across to the new feed, but in doing so I've had to reset everything. But hey ho. We learn by these little mistakes. So we've set up a fixed ring. We're going to see if that actually works a little later on. We've got not a massive amount of time left to go. From there, we'll see if it then flies the 11.4 DME arc around the Akrotiri TACAN. We'll see if it tracks the TACAN, and then we'll see how it works with the ILS as well. So it should have top climb, top descent. Not 100% certain it does. Although I did just think to myself, it doesn't have our cruising altitude on here. So if I put 37, it doesn't give us any VNAV stuff. Interesting. So that's number one. Probably have to do that all the way through to Dasney. If I find Dasney, so I'm going to look at my Simbury flight plan a second just to work out where roughly my top of descent needs to be. It's saying after Maros, before Mesos. So there. So after Maros, 370. Execute. Check flight plan altitude. Interesting, now that works. So just refresh that a second. What the? Cargo? Got 44076. Oh my goodness. Alright, hold on. We've got 40 passengers. VNAV setup. Oh my goodness. Entries, that'll be 6,000. $370. Transition level, we're going to go for flight level 100 into Akrotiri. Execute. That's interesting. I wonder if it's got an approach page. No. Clear that warning a second, see if it's going to allow us to. Going to clear it? No. See which one it didn't like. Okay, so it didn't like that one. That's rather interesting. But now we found the top of the cruise performance bit, which is rather interesting. So we can go mission, fix. Leave the active messages there. In fact, leave mission on there. Fix hold route menu. See, the sent info isn't the thing. Perf init is there. At least we're having a right old fiddle with this, but at least we're kind of working it all out. Target speed 240 in the descent, max 764. Alrighty. So I don't know where top of descent's going to be, but at Maros we'll begin the descent down. I think that's probably the most reasonable place to kind of start to get the nose pointed downwards. Look at that as well. That's another airport. Fair way away. It is. Oh, that is Afyon Air Base. In fact. I'm going to slice this a tiny bit, and I'm going to go direct to Antalya. Test out the direct to whilst we're actively in LNAV. Bosh. Got a slight tailwind. Well, compared to the old Microsoft Flight Simulator, yeah, this nighttime view looks. Oh look, all of the lights have gone off. Gone into TAC mode. My goodness, it's like War of the Worlds. Right, let's get some of these nav lights back on, shall we? My goodness. I'm not sure if after engine start we can turn those 4 igniters off, but I've left them on because I'm not 100% convinced that we can turn them off. I don't want to try them in the air naturally. But the engine shut-off valves are those 4 there. So I would probably assume you probably could turn them off. 36 knot crosswind. Okay. Interesting. So that they've gone on, but nothing else has gone on. So that means we have to turn them off, turn them back on again. Turn all the lights off. And on again. One at a time. Now that should start to be doing something outside. There we go. No strobes though. Or nav lights, weirdly enough. Just going to leave them off for a second then. So interestingly, when I turn night vision off, okay, that's good, that's fine, because we don't have any dome lights on. Alright, I'm trying to get this back into a position where I know that we can be confident with our approach, but I also would like my nav lights back on, and I don't know why. And the strobes, in fact. The beacon lights haven't come back on either. If I hit, is it L for lights? Let's go. Yeah, L, L. Nah, doesn't do anything. Interesting. Keep that heading bug in line. I don't know how to solve that. Big thank you to everyone who's hit the like button so far. Mikhail as well for dropping that nice super chat. Much appreciated. I'm going to be racking my brain now trying to work out how to turn those nav lights back on. I might just have to give up on it. In fact, what we can do is go into basic controls, and it will give you a list of your keybinds. So we can do like search by input L. Ooh, aileron trim right. J for left. That's weird. Nav lights on, nav lights off. Set nav lights. If there's a keybind I don't have. Let's go for Control Shift. Oops. Control Shift L. Control Shift L. Control Shift L. No, it's just broken. Basically, if you change that to alternate flow line power, good luck getting any of it back. Yeah, we're in proper ghost mode. Oh well. Cuban, yeah. That's, I mean, it is in the title. C-17 Globemaster Ops, Brize Norton to Akrotiri. So that's basically the challenge for today, was getting this on VATSIM and flying it all the way across Europe. And we're getting there. That range ringing a tad. .48, 45 minutes to go, apparently. That time keeps slipping constantly. We will arrive in sporty fashion to save a bit of time. But the minimums are set. The nav stuff is set, the TACANs are set. All of our lighting is set as best as we can get it at the moment. What we can do, what do we got here? We've got VOR and TAC. They're set, ready to go on the BVHI. That's all done. Cuba Demon, so you can, but what you need to do is check something like the VATSIM radar website to see whether or not you're going to load back in the way of anybody else, because if you are, then effectively the rules are that you then can't reconnect. So you can only do that if it's not going to adversely impact anybody else, effectively. Coming up to the coast of Turkey now. Antalya on the nose, having gone a direct, go through the heads-up display, why not? Antalya's on the nose, right ahead of us. In fact, you can see the airport already, look at that. Up ahead, and then we've got the Mediterranean. So Akrotiri and Cyprus is the island, further up. Not too long to go, and what we've also been able to do therefore is avoid all of this weather en route. This is the VATSIM radar that I was just talking about, Cuba Demon. There's our routing for today out of Brize Norton, where it went a bit bugged out there, and then we've worked out across over the channel, Belgium, Germany, and then routed down through Eastern Europe, like Bulgaria for example, over Turkish airspace, and we're now about to cross over. That's got 2302 there. About to head out over Antalya to route out into Akrotiri. What's crazy is with the current state that this is modelled in, the 737 could have got here quicker. Which is rather remarkable, but hey ho. Yeah, it really bugged out, didn't it, Sixilla? But, you know, in the end, we just sort of hand flew it for a bit, let it figure itself out, and then when we reconnected it again, it started to work once more, which is good. There's Antalya. Just fold that away a second. Awesome coastline. Pop the MVG system off, which is that one. You see it a bit clearer on the outside. I have to turn a light on in here, it's very dark. Right, I'll be back in just a minute. I'll leave you guys with a nice little wing view. What should we go for? That one. And I'll be back in about 60 seconds. Right, thank you for bearing with me. That looks really good for an external kind of view. We should be passing over Antalya right now, in fact, so that turn suggests we have just passed it. Look at that! That's pretty mega. There's Antalya Airport. I'm going to jump back in here, have a little look at what we're doing. Throttles gave it the beans just then, I noticed. I think we'll leave NVG on for a bit because it's actually quite helpful at looking at the flight deck. What do you reckon? Or for approach into Akrotiri, should we just select that? Let me know what you think in the chat. So Maros, Mesos. What I'm going to do now is do direct Mesos. And then we join ANANE for the approach. So in we go with a left turn. Cole, so that's a tricky question, mate. Effectively, if you are flying with live weather, that's how you should be flying on VATSIM. If you want to change the time, however, you can. The only thing there is a bit of a caveat is I would be wary of setting a time that's, you know, precisely a few hours ahead or behind your current time. So at the minute it's 16:43. If I was to wind the time backwards to daylight, I would try and set it to like 14:43, for example, and then I know there's a 2-hour difference. So when if I'm flying transatlantic on VATSIM, for example, and I get asked for an ETA to a certain waypoint or during an event, I know that I've got precisely 2 hours behind on the sim. So I can then look at my progress page and add an extra 2 hours to the time that's displayed on the FMC, if that makes sense. If you're flying on anything other than live weather, then your weather in the simulator will not match that of what VATSIM is using, i.e. the real weather. So you might want to use a different runway because your historical weather will suggest that a different runway is in use on that day because of winds or whatever else. So if you do that, again, you're going to be working against the controllers. Hey look, that fixed ring we put in is actually there. Pretty cool. And we have a top of descent marker that's now appeared. Lovely job. Right, maps. Bosh. ANANE Bravo. What do we got here? ANANE Bravo, interceptor Akrotiri TACAN 214 radial inbound to 13.4. DME, then turn right along the 11.4 DME arc. Akrotiri for TACAN to ILS approach. Stop halt. Cool. Right, seems Rab's mentioned it. Let's set up another chat poll. You guys can help decide what you want to see. Live time or rewind the time. What are we going to have to descend to? 2000. Alright, so we're just going to set 2000 for now then. Top descent is now. So I'm going to set 2. It's a bit annoying that we don't have nav lights or strobes. What I might do is turn all of that off for a minute. F is the flap deployment speed, effectively. So that's like your green dot speed on an Airbus, if that makes sense. Wind this down to 80 now. 20 miles to top descent. We've got the altitude ready to go. Minimums are set. We've got the approach speed of 151, according to Simbrief's performance calculations, and that was with 75% flap deployment. Prime says you're not allowed to change time in Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024 when you're on VATSIM, because time and weather are coupled in Flight Sim 24. You must therefore be on live weather at all times on VATSIM. But the weather actually at Akrotiri has been quite stable today, so weather-wise it doesn't really matter. The weather's not really changed from about 2-3 hours ago. So we can rewind the weather and still be on the same runway with almost the same conditions. So we can just about get away with that. Nice little 14 knot tailwind, pushing us a tiny bit quicker. 32 knot crosswind according to the display there. And I've got to have to remember to make sure I move nav mode selector switches to VOR ILS 1 and 2 as well, actually, for the navs that we've got later on. TACAM 107 should be on transmit, actually. We should be starting to pick it up. Perhaps it doesn't. Have it tracking for whatever reason, but I'll put BDHI on VOR 1 for now. And that's on 116.0. And then we've got 1097 on the standby with 282 for the inbound call, so that works. That's going to hopefully do us justice. Top of descent now. So we're going to go select. I'll go 1800 foot per minute for now and just see how we get on. Vertical speeds decided to blast straight past that to 2200, but it is sorting itself out quick. It's a bit wiggly. I'm going to try and keep the speed up a little bit. We'll leave that overspeed warning on because it is what it is. And that there, I think, might be the island of Cyprus. I wonder if we get a bottom of descent marker. Quick look. No. Fair, I reckon we could probably descend a bit smoother. I'm not convinced that top of descent marker is in the right place. I'm going to set 1200 foot per minute for now. We've still got 120. Hold on. That's on 120. 160. Now that top of descent marker is not in the right place. Right, 800 foot per minute for now. It's a bit too early, that, I think. We're going to get that master warning again for the overspeed. We'll just ignore it because it's not quite right, I don't think. And I have absolutely no idea what this Akrotiri scenery is going to be like. So we shall find out when we get there. PG on or off? Might leave it off for now. And then leave that maybe on grey. Better than green. Green. It's a right old fine balance when you're flying at night in aeroplanes like this, isn't it? 104 DME to Akrotiri. Go for 1500 foot per minute, see what it gives us. I'll set 280 on the throttle there as well. So we've got 80 miles to Mezzos, well, just after Mezzos, and then we've got it's approximately 100 miles to ANANE. So we'll get to gradually wash off that rate of descent as we get a bit closer to the destination today. Let's try put nav lights and stuff back on. No, it's not having it. Weird. Oh well. What are we on? Com 1 nav 1228. 116 and the TACAN 107 X-ray. Prime, it's very hard to understand, isn't it? It's, yeah, basically it doesn't know what it wants, but it doesn't have a VNAV, so the bits that are in are kind of clashing with each other a little bit. What I might do is just declutter that a little bit. What else have we got with the ILS, maybe? What's the QNH in Akrotiri? I might have missed it earlier when you put the METAR in the chat, Badger mate. LCRA, isn't it? METAR, LCRA. Let's wind up to 290. We'll increase to 1900. We've got 80 miles now. Let's bring that range ring back in. This thing can descend pretty quick, so if we need to, what we'll do is increase that rate of descent. 60 miles to Mezzos, 80 miles to ANANE, 280, so that's working pretty well. Took a while for a change, yeah. It's good to know. There's Cyprus. Akrotiri, oops, my goodness. I need to sort that twitchiness out with the mouse. Akrotiri is over that bit of light there, roughly, I think, off the top of my head. I'll leave that live chat poll open just for another minute or so to work out what you guys want to see, either sunset or live weather live time. So if you've not voted, have your say quick. I'm just going to put Toga max power setting on for the thrust rating, 26. I reckon we can level that off at 1500 again now. So approach path is set, ground spoilers are armed, and it's set to 3 degrees. We go descent to 2000. I reckon we could descend really early, buzz over the water. What do you reckon? Just keep the descent going. What's that poll say? Sunset 56%. Right. Ratio. Whoa, mind your eyes, folks. Oh, yes, did you see that? The weather kind of snapped with it. Live weather. So we go for... Yeah, it's going to be about there, isn't it? That QNH was 1020. Again, I can't change the brightness of that. It's very frustrating because that's super bright. There we go. No nav lights. $240, $290, 60 miles to ANANE. Bring that to 2,400, 2,500 foot per minute. Wind her down. Keeping the speed wound up as well. So Akrotiri is, let's see if we can get the spotter. I think she's there, I think, roughly. If not, she'll be on that little crop of land there. £71,800. Right, thanks for voting, folks. Hopefully you look forward to this. 107X. 116, 1097 is ready for the switch. Might switch that to the active mode now. 2000 down. And I'll have nav 2 on the first officer's side as a backup. Check the config. J, isn't it? Payload trim is back to neutral now. Right, that peninsula up there, that's Akrotiri. So this bit here is Paphos. Ashley's saying. Mr. Anderson, welcome. Go back to the PFD. It's giving us another top of descent marker again all of a sudden. Where's my progress page? 14 minutes, apparently. $020. And we're doing the TACAN ILS. Can't wait for Navigraph to actually patch the their nav data system stuff into Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024. That'd be quite key, I think, to the ongoing success of this simulator. Okay, not massively convinced it's going to work very well, but we'll find out nearer the time. It's QNH 1020, so we're still actually higher. Vision 1 for the equivalents. Multipilot, I hope so, I'm not sure, matey. Where are you? You're over here somewhere, aren't you? Where's VATSIM radar? I think we might be converging together, actually. How do you pause time? Because you can't. You're there somewhere anyway. 15, 290. 380. Your ground speed's 500 knots. My goodness. You've also not started descending yet, by the way. 34,000 feet still. Looking forward to this. First ever ILS on a C-17 in a sim. Whoop whoop. Get straps in. What could possibly go wrong? I'll set 245 for a little bit of a buffer. Akrotiri traffic, Gascot 2302's heavy inbound, flight level 140, crossing Mezzas inbound ANANE for the ANANE Bravo arrival, TACAN ILS 28. We'll report inbound on the DME-ARC. Neil, so yeah, that's something that they're working on, matey, but they're not actually able to do it in Microsoft Flight Simulator currently, with apparently the limitations of the sim. So that's something they're going to work on. What they need to do is work on a bypass for it, apparently, so that way they will allow you to use them and do tactical descents, but not currently available, sadly. Watch this space though, hopefully soon. Lovely. Shame about the nav lights breaking when I click that button. Part of me's tempted to click it again. Oh, it's such a mighty, mighty aeroplane, isn't it? Look at that. I've gone to local QNH already just because it's a bit easier. Flight location approach modes there, that's good. We're going to need to click that as well. And also we've got, where is the approach mode? Ooh. VOR lock, I assume it's going to be that, isn't it? Oh, that's interesting. Where's that ruddy manual? Miltech. Support. Documentation hub. Where's the button to start the for an ILS approach? A. Nav selector source. I'm keeping the speed up here as well. Right, so the approach button is the one that toggles the approach mode. Right, got it. I wasn't sure if that was going to be like the LS button or not. 9,000. What an epic jet. Right, okay, we've got to start slowing it down now. Bringing that range ring in again. We'll go for 20 now. Oh no, it's like the MATUG actually, so you select it, and if you don't then actually physically select it, it will keep your previous speed in. So it's a little bit like the MD-80 and all that kind of stuff, and the MD-11 as well actually. It's very similar as well. So 8200 down to 2. Probably go to 1,000 foot per minute now. 10 miles to ANANE. We're going to be well on, below target. So 8,000, and we'll basically work to buzz in low and a little bit sexy. So 245 is the next target. We've now activated that, so it's chasing that. And then we've got that fixed ring that we put in, the 11.4 DME arc. That has allowed us to put it in, and you can see it now appearing on the nav display here. So that's going to work around with us. We can know then if we're too close or too far away. I'd rather be far than near, and we can just work in from that point onwards. It should be similar to the Mad Dog. 6 Hiller, oh good. Right, let's turn 2 off. Lovely, yeah, so it was, they were the starters. I did ask that question earlier, nobody knew. Okay, so they're off now. Because above that you've got the 4 dials, they're the actual cut-off switches. Look at that, 5 hours 10 minutes in, we've actually found out the answer to that. Right, anyway, done. Let's check downstairs, looking good. And you know what, we're below 10,000 as well, so have we got a bit of time? We have. Let's run to the Loadmaster station because I want to check this out. Quickly, run, 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 run. You ready for this? We can play a little bit of whiz-up loady. Where's the buttons? There it is. Door, ramp, door. Open. Yes. Then we can go 6. We can go and get that whiz up kind of photo. Look at that. Now we're talking. Turning in. We've got to slow this right down now. What's our minimum clean? So we're going to have to go through some flaps. We'll set 200 knots for the next bit. 5.9. Let's keep it going because we're actually a little bit higher than I want to be now. So we'll set that like so. Through F. Flaps 8. In transit. So that's going to extend the flaps and the slats. Oops, still getting used to those keybinds. There's the nose pitching down forwards as well with those thrust vector flaps that this bad boy's got. We've set 200, so it's going to target that. I'm now going to set 180 ready.
RAF 3 descending through 10,000 feet for the 11.5 TNT.
Buzzers, don't fall out. Oral. Oh, it's just spectacular, isn't it? What a view that is. If it wasn't for the approach we're about to do, I'd drop the actual loader as well, drop the ramp, but yeah, let's not do that. Let's not push it too much. Akrotiri's on the nose now, folks, just ahead of us. There's the airfield, the RAF station. See that little bit of light bloom there? That's where we're going. Should... says now fly that radial, but I'm not massively convinced. And I have got VRAS set up. I don't know if it works with this, but it is set up just in case. Gadget FPV, welcome matey. How are you? I'm just just going to set up a, where's our display? Is it going to turn us? Yes. Right, okay, monitoring the turn. Now down to 180. Wash off that descent rate. Active is the arc, is flying the arc nicely.
2500.
Okay, so now we're going for flaps 8, and we're going to flap 18 straight away, in fact, because that's what I've accidentally clicked. We're having it anyway. Here we go. Is it number 4? So that's 5. There we go, look at that. Very good. You guys wanted a sunset, so let's just wiggle it back a tad. Thomas, welcome. Yeah, it's a bit closer to a sunset. Right old stutters there. You're ahead of me. Oh, multipilot. Oh my god, you're really high, mate. How are you going to pull that off? I do not know. I'll be impressed if you do. I'm coming in behind you regardless. This is the RAF. 180 flaps half. One more stage for the approach now. So what have we got? 282. Set 382. 382? 302. Initially. Range ring again can come in. 10. It's flying the arc wonderfully actually. I'm quite impressed with that. So 1097. I'm picking up the tack hands. But it is kinda.
Romeo 90190.
It's bizarre, isn't it, Ashley? Someone calling Ascot 20302.
Set. Last call for RAF 3.
And Akrotiri traffic, Ascot 2302's on the 11.4 DME arc for the TACAN ILS 28. Approximately 10 miles to final. Let's step her down. 1500 to get low. Cool. Keep smashing the like button, folks. We're almost there. Hope you've enjoyed the long stream today. Been a long one. And I'm almost glad it's over. Especially after that messy departure, like you were saying, Ashley, actually. The departure was so problematic. This so far, touch wood, don't want to jinx it, is working quite nicely. I've stepped down to 1500 because as long as we're at 1500 by 5 miles, we're going to be good.
Akrotiri traffic. Move to 33, pushing back at 4.
Right, we don't want that there. Hold on. Got to run to my Loadmaster station again quickly. In fact, do I need to? No, I can use this. Crikey. Panic over. Spectacular thing. Amazing, isn't it? worthwhile. Look at the size of that thing.
Structure tower, RAF 3 turning 10 knots mile final for the runway 28.
Mike, hello buddy. It's a bit 50-50 still for me, but default aircraft are pretty naff. This has been a semi-success. It's flown the DME arc beautifully, but the departure was a right buggy mess. It just didn't want to activate any of the autopilot modes. However, the sunsets and the visuals and the nighttime and everything that we've seen throughout the day, spectacular. And once we've got past those initial bugs, this aircraft has actually, in fairness, been quite good. Let's go to approach mode. We need to obviously also put that on actually, so lock 1 track. I hope that's going to work. Oh, hold on. It's turned us in well early. Mission. Heading hold. Alright, so we're coming in for like a bit of a tactical ruddy approach. Down to norm. 180. Gonna have to go gear down now. Here they come.
Explore traffic, move 33, taxi to runway 28 by Yankee Control.
Flaps to 75%. Here comes the beast. The size of that thing. Superb. Right, coming in tight. Oh my goodness. The fact it's cut that corner. And now it's starting to bug out again, look. There we go. Get rolling, matey. Christ. What are we doing for approach speed? 151. Okay, sets. Landing gears down. That's green. We are 3/4 flap. Approach mode now needs to be armed. Come on, matey. Clicky, clicky. No, it's well bugged out. Right, autopilot off. Throttle's mine as well. Manual flight. This is going to be interesting, isn't it?
Let's get down. RAF 3.
Jeez.
Final for
Akrotiri traffic. Ascot 2302's on a visual manual approach. Currently 6 miles final. Runway 28. Okie, let's get her trimmed. Coming in for a slight offset final. Speed's a bit high. Let's deal with that first. As we range ring there, bring it to 5. Roll her in. Getting some stutters now. Letting that nose come down as well. What have we got? Slight crosswind. Get rid of the music. 151 looks good. That's what we want for the speed bug. Clear the missed caution. Okay, hand flies nicely. I'm going to go flight control replay as well, I think, just to see what this looks like. So I'm going to go record. Hide that. That approach mode really bugged out. Now it's allowing me to actually activate it, but we're so low on final that I don't want it now. Little crosswind. It does hand fly really good, this. Check.
Tusky Tower, runway 28 clear. Tusky.
600.
Speed's crept up a bit. Let's kill that power.
500.
Pitch your speed. Reset the power. Get the balance. Still a bit high, but we're good.
300.
VRAS doesn't work with this then.
Taxiway.
Oh.
Caution. Taxiway.
It does, but it thinks it's a taxiway.
100.
Idle.
50, 40, 30, 20, 10.
Touchdown. Nose wheels down. Feel like that landing was a bit flat. And manual brakes. .60 knots. Got the speed brake out. Oh, it is lovely.
Caution. On taxiway. On taxiway.
It's weird how like I've lost aircraft noise now as well. Coming off at Yankee 1. Helipads. The APU power available. And Akrotiri traffic has got 2302s vacated via Yankee 1 to Bravo East. So yeah, lots of little bugs here and there. It is what it is, isn't it, I guess. What we'll do is we'll stop here and we'll get flight control replay fired up for that short final replay.
Akrotiri traffic, Moose Tree landing on runway 28.
I'm just going to turn off VATSIM because I just realised I'm actually on the network still. Oh yes, there's the Chinook inside. APU is on the entire time. It's a bug again while we can't really actually get on it, unfortunately. Turn it off, sadly. I'm going to get a Loadmaster view of the touchdown as well. Flight control replay is embedded in this. As you can see, it is very, very buggy. I've had varied results with a lot of different add-ons and all that kind of stuff. I'm going to close VRAS for now. So all of the aircraft is super buggy, very like stuttery. Okay, there's the flare. Oh, you know what? Actually, that looks alright. Maybe I could have flared a little bit more. It was a bit flat. Let me just bring that weather back. We go to tactical view. Here we go. Play. This is pretty damn cool. There's the flare. Touchdown. And I can go to my Wizzo view. And we can get a little replay again. Play. Nice. Little bit of a kick into the crosswind there. Pretty cool. I can drop that big old Chinook off in a minute. Look at that absolute beast. Welcome to RAF Akrotiri, folks. So what we could do is go and get on stand. By the way, I don't know if you noticed. My goodness. There's the RAF Voyager in the backdrop. There's a couple of statics over there as well. We're parking next to the red arrows today. Yeah, that looks superb. Look at that. That's us vacating off the runway. I think that's flight control replay. The engine's blowing the dust. I hope that's quite a cool effect if it is. We can click something called Take Plane Control now, which means now the aeroplane's back to being ours. Just going to reset the APU auxiliary power system. I'm going to bring those flaps in. Get some really bad stutters here now. I've used that replay feature. Epic. The size of this thing. It is actually just sort of tickling the edge, isn't it? Look, blowing up the dust. Just going to wiggle a bit more left to just see what happens here. Oh, look at that! Give it the beans. I think this is the Bravo apron. This is Bravo East entry. But actually that's not necessarily big enough for us, so we're going to have to keep going. There's the red arrows. All of this is ported straight in from MSFS 2020. Turn those dome lights up now as well. Where on earth shall we park? The entire flight line's covered up. Alrighty, let's just let's park up here then, shall we? Block it all off. Awesome. Okay, park brake set. There it is on the display at the top. That's all good. APU's running. That's all set. What we can do now is drop the ramp. Like so. And we can shut off the engines using the engine shut-offs. Like that. So they're going to turn off. There we go, folks. A massive thank you to all of you wherever you are in the world for tuning in, flying along today. 8 days since our last live stream. and we've decided to go in pretty big already with the mighty C-17 Globemaster for Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024. I hope you've enjoyed the last couple of hours. I did say in the Discord server it was going to be a long one, and it certainly has been. The sceneries are available on flightsim.to. They're both freeware, both Brize Norton and Akrotiri, so feel free, but be careful of those VATSIM rules. So this is a scheduled passenger service or cargo shuttle operated by the Royal Air Force on C-17s or A330 MRTTs. So just be wary of those rules around military call signs and all that sort of thing if you're going to fly this stuff on VATSIM. But yeah, actually a couple of bugs with the departure and the arrival, in fact, as we saw, and that is MSFS default autopilot, I think, buggering us somewhat. I was as well, yeah. How can you tell? Hit like, hit subscribe if you've not done so already. Keep your eye out on the channel for some other content, and at some point over the next few days, hopefully, I'll get you guys some content for the very soon to release PMDG 777 freighter for Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020. But in the meantime, as always, enjoy your stay here in Akrotiri, and I'll see you very soon. Thanks for watching. Take care. Enjoy the rest of the weekend.